think I have everything relatively set up. Of course, there's always going to be some stuff I'm sure I'll have to do on the fly, but welcome back to Ythryn, everybody. Um, so, as is my typical at this point, let me ask, what dost thou remember last time on Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frostmaiden?
Uh, we
We played.
barely really made our way into the city. We saw a big statue of some horrible eldritch entity that was likely some kind of monster created in the city, or maybe a denizen of it, who knows? We went into a tower where we found an altar and uh, what else? I mean, I don't think we found anything on the altar itself. Oh, we got a potion. I don't
Yeah, I
think
was
we know
going to
what it
say,
does
you didn't
yet.
find anything on the altar, but the altar suddenly produced something, that's for sure, yeah.
Yeah. Uh, I don't think we figured out what the potion did. Uh, Not that I recall, anyways. Um,
No, you were unable to, due to the fact that this potion, unlike many that you guys have come across, was not able to really be revealed by Mace's traditional use of like sniffing it and tasting it and all
Taste
that.
test, yeah.
So yeah,
We also played Wizard Dodgeball, uh, which was really cool.
I
A little, convoluted and overly extended, but really cool otherwise.
yeah, I don't know.
Uh,
I know sometimes you guys watch the sessions. I know not always. And I'm not sure if you guys ever actually look at the descriptions, but I made sure to mention that as well because I thought that was such an interesting concept. Where I was like, you know, there's many intriguing things to overcome. Arl and her forces, monsters unknown to the party, ancient magic structures, and the dreaded lightning dodgeball.
yeah,
Because it is so out of left field. But yes, you guys enjoyed some Ythryn sportage.
indeed. And then we strategized a bit about whether we could deal with the rock using this uh, dodgeball field. And then I think that's kind of where we
Absolutely.
ended.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Yeah, you guys were thinking, well, when it activated for us, it started the game with some sort of a entrapping field of lightning, so maybe you guys can pull the rock down to it. Absolutely. I do think there was some level of planning, like at least some ideas were thrown out. I think Pluzak at least said he wanted to go to Tower Blue first, and Chris mentioned, I don't know if Kara actually said it, but Chris mentioned Ominous Gateway looked like it could be kind of interesting. Um,
The two
and
places I pointed out
Taj
were the
Mahal, I
Taj
believe.
Mahal and the Ominous
Yes.
Gateway.
So there's just some ideas going around for what you guys were thinking about doing next,
And that
but no
funny
commitment.
floating arena looking thing on a pillar under the Taj Mahal.
Ah, okay. Yes, that is also, I would say, a structure that seems to be relatively intact.
That kind of stands out.
More so than the buildings, like the smaller buildings and stuff. That one's definitely still pretty good. Um, absolutely. So I would say that's absolutely a good recollection of what happened last time, because it covers just about everything. The
Right.
rolls took a while for Lightning Dodgeball, but you guys came out on top. You did receive a trophy from doing so that I believe is currently in Mace's hands. It is made of
Yes.
it is made of mithril, and I believe once you went to put it away, Chance did mention to you it looked kind of yummy. So
Yeah, he did.
you guys were at least able to learn that there might be some level of magical property to that as well. So yeah, I think that's about everywhere we are.
Um, I would like to add we talked to the spiky, single-eyed monsters before coming here, and we
That
found
is
that
true.
the the city is run by an arc wizard, which is a floating human skull, which resides in the central
It's very fair.
spire,
Hmm.
and the ritual we need a ritual to enter the center spiral or do what Oral did, which is probably not happening. And the clues are in the towers of the wizards. There's the Tarask summoning scroll somewhere, um, and the Milithar controls the weather, and that's pretty much what we're looking for. The Mythar? I don't know.
Mythalar or something like
Mythlar.
that. Yeah, it's a rough
Mythalar?
word for
Yeah.
sure, but that is correct. Yes.
Well, the first half is myth.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Mythalar.
Mythalar, yeah, something.
How long have we been in the city proper at this point? Only like an hour or two?
not even. I believe it's at most been half an hour.
Okay.
No, it's been more than that from walking around.
Okay, time that has passed. I
Because
have.
I believe
It took you guys about 30 minutes to both reach the first tower and search it, and then another 30 minutes to reach the Chain Lightning game and play it. So it's been about an hour since you've arrived at the city. Much to that point, actually, I would tell you, Kara, your passive perception, and Pluzak, your passive perception, are high enough to see the rock has actually navigated its position a little. Um, at this point, I'm just going to kind of be bold-faced about this. Um, I'm rolling a d12. The rock will move to a position on the map based on what is rolled. If it is in your area, it's up to you guys how you want to handle it, but the rock will essentially be, a general for Aural's forces, so the chances of them being in that area is higher. The chances of it coming down to attack you if it sees you is definitely a possibility, so however you want to handle that, you will at least be able to see it, kind of moving on map as it searches the city, changing position every once in a while. So just kind of keep an eye on it when we move back and forth to the map. And like I said, it's kind of every hour you'll see it move. At least that's my intention, as long as I remember.
Acre.
So it's kind of a nice little visualization for you. But
Oh my God! It just clicked what this place reminds me of.
Hmm.
The Nerude and Remnant 2.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's very like Rela to me, or something similar. Long lost, weird city of strange structures.
Honestly, it's a little like bulbous things all over the city streets in
Yeah.
the area. Those just reminded me of those fucking little centipede things, and ignore me. It made sense.
No, I get you. Absolutely. All right. Regardless. So I guess at this point, it's probably best for me to just straight up ask, do you guys have any idea where you want to truly go next, or is the best bet to start trying to maybe discuss that?
Blue
Tower was definitely mentioned, like Chris said, Taj Mahal and Ominous Gateway he brought up. Any particular place you guys want to try and start? Disc Tower?
I mean, Blue Tower is good direction to go.
I see no reason to disagree. I am interested in the two buildings on our right, however. So if maybe after Blue Tower, if we head towards the Taj Mahal or the floating disc thing.
Okay.
that seems like
Well,
the natural progression.
Build it this tower.
Okay.
I would do bigger.
You want to
No,
do
I saw
which
it.
one?
I don't know which
Uh,
one.
He wrote floating disc tower or just disc tower underneath
Oh,
it.
this
Yeah.
tower. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
I saw that earlier.
So
Absolutely.
I think maybe we head to the Blue Tower, and then from there we figure out which of the other locations to go to.
Hmm.
Okay. All right. I think Leif would tell you, I mean, works for me. I'm just here to kill things, and I guess sports. Guess we're here for sports. So Blue Tower, 1 vote.
Blue Tower it
votes.
is.
Yeah, I
Three
think so.
votes.
Blue Tower.
Blue Tower. Bop and bop. Okay. Party approaches Blue Tower. We would say what? I'm trying to remember. What's the key? It's like 55-ish, 50-ish feet, somewhere around there. You guys are going.
It said something about
So-
moving 200 feet,
Yeah,
55
I'm just
minutes
trying
or
to figure.
something.
I'm just trying to figure out how long it's taken you guys, trying to keep track of that the time for you. So. Ooh, there we go. All right. So you guys will arrive at Tower Blue. At old Tower Blue.
Is there a line to get into the club?
Uh,
Are they checking IDs?
I went one too far. That's why. Once you arrive, you would see that this tower reaches upward
I am the cover
like
charge.
a talon. Its stonework studded in chiseled runes. A blue light shines from its highest window. Pluzak, you in particular studied the little fallen tower. You remember you guys took a rest in it in the Caves
Mhm.
of Hunger. You would kind of see these runes dancing along the surface of this tower, and it would remind you very much of how the inside of that tower had a whole bunch of glyphs and runes. So you would be aware that there's some level of probably magical effect being caused by those runes. Any further than that, you can't tell without some sort of study, but that is definitely a consistency, compared to what you saw there. So just be aware of that. But otherwise,
Okay.
it's just a tower.
Is there an entrance?
There is absolutely an entrance. It's just a door. Um, you don't see anything that looks to you like different from the first tower you entered. The Y2 tower.
Is the door
Oh,
okay?
sorry,
So
the
if it's the
first
same
tower,
as that,
Tower A, you called it, I
if
think.
yeah,
Sorry.
if
have
that is
different
the same
notations.
size entrance, then there's no way I'm getting in. So I will
Yes.
just
So
post up outside.
I would say, Kara, you can probably. I think. Let me look in the. It's this one. So the interior of this tower is about 60 feet, Kara. I would say if you were sized large, you'd probably be able to squeeze in. And kind of squeeze your way through things, but it would be a tighter fit. You might have like dexterity issues if with saves, but it's definitely big enough inside in terms of, or at least the exterior, round wise is about 60 feet round. So you would say that there's a possibility of size large, just so you know, because I don't want to necessarily exclude you from if the party has the way to.
I mean, if there are windows and other things
There's
I
the
can look
one
in
window,
through,
yeah. There's
then
absolutely the
I
one.
can still look at things. It's not a question of that.
Yeah,
It's just
absolutely. You just won't be with the party, per se.
So,
Yep.
how about Pluzak? Pluzak turns to Kara, looks way up in the sky, and says, "Do you want to fly to the window and peer in?"
I can do that.
Cool. Okay, so Kara, you would we'll just position you on map up a little higher, fly up to this nice high window that's glowing blue, and I will drag your red-headed ass over to, should be this map. Oh, is it doing the thing? Why no go? Why no go? I'll do it this way. Blanc. There we go. You should be on what looks like a circular room. Is that right? With like a thing in the middle?
I see it. Yep.
Cool. So as you gaze in through the window, you would kind of be looking through this southernmost window here.
Okay.
You would see a huge anvil, chiseled with vivid blue runes, seems to rest in the center of this 60-foot diameter, 60-foot high circular chamber. Resting atop the hammer definitely seems to be, resting atop the anvil is a hammer. It seems to be adorned in very similar runes. There are also 6 figures standing in the room, kind of around the anvil. At this point, I don't think I will reveal.
I could just imagine them all doing something, and all of a sudden one of them
Oh,
looks
did I
over.
do it?
There's just an eyeball looking through the window at them.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Apparently I didn't add this to my character list. Give me one sec. It is the.
They're either oblivious to it, or like there's that one is like Jeff, look, move away from the window. Fucking window, you putz. What are you looking at?
Well, actually, to that point, I would say that they're facing the stairs for sure. You can tell they're standing in a guard position. I'm going to roll for them to see if they notice you. But I would say there's a level by which, if you want to try and get away, you can do me a stealth roll and see if you manage to not get caught. It's your call.
Okay. No, that's fine. Something I'm doing. I'm down. I'm rolling. Give me 2 seconds to get my sheet up.
And
And button press.
good enough.
I am still
Yeah.
not used to this
So
particular
let me see. I still
figure, so I fucking crack the side of the building when I grab onto it.
Nah, you're fine. Let's see. I'm still got to roll for them. That would be.
And if they can't see a 7, they got bigger problems than me.
That is very true, but Still gonna make sure to check. It's this. Yeah, so at least one of them is going to see you, at least, within the first roll here. So they will turn and point to the giant lady that is currently peering in through the window. It'd be one of the southernmost ones here. And you would just see them take up a relatively defensive posture, and several of them would draw what looks to be some sort of a crossbow. At this distance and from the size, you would kind of guesstimate probably a lighter crossbow than a heavier one, but you cannot guarantee that. At that point, you probably are tucked behind the window just to not get shot, but most certainly they are aware of you, and you are aware of them.
And with that, I would descend back down to the ground and report back that there's at least 6 of them guarding that room, and there's some anvil with a hammer on it. So it's either some kind of forge.
Oh, you know what? I'm also going to give you this. You have a high enough perception, passive perception, you would have noticed, kind of, if you look at that map, you see right here in the rubble?
Yeah.
Skeleton?
Yep.
Frozen corpse of what appears to be something in a wizard robes lies in a pile of broken rubble. And there is, the hole that is on map is legitimately there. You would assume the rubble has come from that hole. And that's all you can see currently, but you would have noticed that from that window for sure. So, just so you can report.
Okay. There was a dead body trapped under some rubble and a rather sizable hole in the floor. But there are 6 individuals up there guarding that hammer and anvil, and they are aware that I'm here.
Did they seem like they were giving chase?
They pulled crossbows, but they didn't move.
I mean, as far as we know, there's only one way out. And it's right here.
Well, there is the window, but
Bluetek's gonna like stand next to the door, like up against the tower next to the door.
Kara will just slowly inch the back of her heel over to block the other door if there is one.
Nope, it's just the front door. How long are you guys waiting to see if something happens?
I mean, I
How
can always
tall
go
do we
back
think
up.
the tower is?
What was that question, Fred?
How tall do we think the tower is?
I mean, I think it's probably pretty close to like the 150 feet, somewhere around there. Right?
It's
Maybe
5
a
feet
little
per
less.
square,
What
right?
are we thinking? 30 feet tall, 35? 30 feet tall. So, yeah, 100 feet
100
tall.
feet?
Yeah. And at least the top bit is, a good 50, 60 feet of it, so like half the tower is room that Kara saw.
So I'd say a minute or two. See if something comes down from the tower.
Kara would fly back up to that window and chance another peek and see if all 6 of them are still there.
Yeah, so as you fly back up to peek, you would indeed see they're all still standing there. 1 or 2 of them are still facing the window, and I'm going to have one of them definitely shoot a bolt at you, kind of prepared. Or actually, both of them will probably shoot bolts. Let's see if either of them can hit you. 1 and nope, and 2. Okay, so one of them will manage to hit you with a bolt, as it's prepared for you again. The other 4 are all wielding great swords and facing the stairs as if preparing for something to come up. For the one that hit you, it manages to strike you right through a kind of crook in your armor for 12 piercing damage.
Okay. It took most of my temp HP, so yay for that.
Yeah, that was actually a crit, so. Because you had extra cover from the window, being slightly in cover.
Damn it is part of the risk of peeking back in.
Yeah.
And Kara will come back down, just plucking the little splinter out of her shoulder. Yeah, no, they're all still up there. Flicks it off to nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like they're smart enough not to come down. Do we want to go up?
Well,
I need to check something, Kara, because because again, your passive perception is kind of ridiculous.
It only gets stronger. Passive of 22 currently.
Roll me insight.
Rolling. Wrong program, Chris. Rolling the correct
Roll me
one.
2 insights. You would have had 2 peeks through the window.
That's an 11 and a 7.
So with an 11, you would have at least been able to tell. You think not only the thing in the center of the room, but also the room itself had some level of inscriptions on it, right? So you believe there, much like Pluzak pointed out to you guys in the caves, from the inscriptions in that little room that you rested in and got a spell slot back, you would also believe at this point there is a high likelihood that room has some sort of magical effect or magical purpose. I think it's relatively obvious, but also at this point, like Kara, know by association. So.
I'd almost argue and say that the entire party realized that this is literally a magic city. I think every room.
I'm more trying to insinuate there is a magic effect in that room, similar to how that tower had a magic effect, right?
Okay, so
how
there's powerful magic in that room.
Right. You notice the first tower you went to didn't have any of that. The lightning arena had magical effects, but it wasn't quite like that. This has something that catches your eye as similar to that tower that was in the frozen caves, where there could be, and you think it's very likely, some sort of magical purpose or effect to that room specifically. Yeah.
Second look into that room. The runic markings on everything make it look kind of similar to one of the towers we slept in outside.
The one that restored magic.
That one, yes.
Well, I guess it's safe to say that at the very least, even just being inside it would provide some kind of effect.
At this point, Valine is actually going to ask you something, Kara. She would say,
"Hey, so, the stuff that you're seeing in there that you think is magic, does it look like what's on the walls of this tower?"
Do they look like the walls of the tower?
yeah, I mean, you would have seen runes on the anvil that remind you of kind of the runes on the outside of the tower. Pluzak as well could theoretically answer that question, that the runes at least do seem magical to the degree of what he saw in the caves. That's your choice how you guys want to answer. But she's just looking for some confirmation here, I guess.
I might not be able to read the runic lettering, but they've seemed very similar.
Okay. Why don't we wait a second here?
And I just need to navigate to her character sheet. Make sure this is not a ritual. I don't think it is. Nope. So she's just going to spend an action, and she's going to kind of start looking up at the tower, kind of raise her eye patch, despite the fact that it's an empty eye socket, and you would kind of see a magical glow in her eyes. And with Detect Magic, she's going to tell you guys...
Yeah, okay. So, you are absolutely right. There is something to this tower here. I'm gonna tell you, though, we might need to be a little more careful in the sense that, it doesn't look very restorative. That's abjuration magic. In my experience, maybe a little bit more not rejuvenation.
Kara will look to the rest of the group and like, I can't join you, so your call whether you're in or out.
Wait, so Kara is forbidden from going in here?
No.
She's too big. What do you mean, big guy?
Too big.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, okay.
We can make it big enough.
At this point, Leif will offer up again, so, do we want to just have me, send an echo in again? I can tell you guys what was going on, that first tower. It worked really well.
You did. No, it didn't.
Zach is just fed up. He's like, no more listening to Leif.
We're not.
I still haven't forgiven you for the slug thing.
Yeah, we're not doing that. So we could either make the opening bigger, Mace, right? Right? We can make it bigger
yes,
for Kara.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like it's big enough
Okay.
in there. I don't know how stairwells are gonna work. Maybe the stairwells are big enough. I don't know.
I am not fitting up the stairs just from that look in the window. No way in hell.
We could also just, bring the whole tower down.
I'm not.
As I look at like the towers to the left of us.
So I'm just gonna. Again, there's a magical effect on this thing. You sure you don't want it? Like, if you bring it down, we don't know if it's gonna blow up or something. Like, what if it happens regardless? I honestly,
Could I ask?
I'm just gonna.
And Valine at this point is actually going to start walking around the tower. I'm going to have her roll just a little bit of a check to see if she can study the runes on the outside and see what she can learn.
I was exactly going to ask about that. Like, could we ask her
Absolutely,
to
Claw.
do that?
Yeah, please. So here,
Valine.
I have managed to be smart enough to actually put together a Valine character sheet for once because she's with you guys pretty religiously. So if you and Valine would like to do, it shouldn't have been advantage, but would like to do an Arcana check, please feel free. I think
No,
that's
I'll-
because
I'll
I
figure
have.
it out.
While you're making those rolls, Valim, the last tower that we stayed in wasn't really intact and was kind of crumbling, and probably fell over at some point. So
Well, actually, though, like you talk about the one that we took the rest in.
yeah.
So wasn't that one kind of frozen in the ice though? Like, we don't know whether below and above were still together. Maybe it just snapped at the base. Like, I guess to your point, that means that the tower will hold its. Yeah, okay. Okay. All right, I'm with you. Just don't let it fall on me. As much as you want my soul, I'm not gonna die. Please.
I wouldn't want to dig you up.
She stares at you for a second and just.
You know what? Yeah, that sounds pretty honest.
But regardless, she
Yeah, seven.
between her and Mace, and of course, if anyone else wants to roll a check, Arcana check that feels magically inclined, feel free. With her 17, she will at least be able to say,
Okay, so the runes on the outside definitely do something, but I don't think I can quite tell what. Anyone else?
So, I mean, if you're saying abjuration,
Abjuration.
Yeah.
abjuration, right? We're thinking probably some defensive.
Yeah, that's my
Spell.
my general thought here. Something is either I'm not exactly sure though because that's just what's dancing on the outside here, which means maybe the inside is different. But at a minimum, these runes here are here to do something.
Kara's gonna look down to Mace for a moment, and Chance in particular. Like, Chance, does anyone who wields you have the ability to break a wall, or is it just Mace right now?
Roll one more Arcana for me, Pluzak. Ask that question again, Kara. Is anyone else able to break the wall? What was the?
Yeah, is anyone else able to break a wall using you, or is it just Mace?
Oh, interesting question. He would tell Mace because he can't really directly reply to you without,
Magic.
yeah.
Yeah.
He would basically say to Mace like, "No, I mean I break anything I hit, right?" And he looks to you, Mace, like kind of like confirmation.
I mean, I would just out loud just respond to him. Hasn't failed yet.
Yeah. So,
I mean, yeah, if she wants to do something, I guess, but it might be kind of tiny for her hands.
I don't. Somehow, I don't think she'll have an issue with that.
Just a little dink.
Just
I
a little
want to
toothpick.
basically just gonna flip the spear around so I've got the pommel end of it, and I want to basically just attach him to that.
okay. So,
And-
Chance will
and
like
swing
wrap
it at the
around
wall.
the end of your spear as you present it. Mace, as he goes to leave your hand, you can feel just like a small tinge of like apprehension, because this is strange to him, of course. But he's gonna wrap his tendrils around this spear. You trust Kara enough to have sworn an oath, so he trusts her as well. And there's just this tiny little hammer at the end of your giant-sized spear. So, what do you do?
I'm gonna line up with the wall here, and I'm gonna try to point to it. So I'm gonna try to fucking
Are you trying to do like the lower windows, below the lower windows?
yeah these purple windows.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna basically try to hit out the spacers between them and make a bigger opening.
So, are you trying to go into the room that you were peeking in?
No, that was up higher, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. That's why I was trying to make sure.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to open up a space in this one. I'm hoping it's in the same floor as that. You said there was like a
It's
60-foot
not the
cavity
same
in
floor.
there.
You would have known from flying past those that those are just kind of like windows on the stairwell. The only
Oh, fuck.
it's a stairwell that goes up to just that one chamber. Essentially, would be your guess.
Gotcha. Okay.
If you want to do what you're
Uh,
doing, you can. It would just be only to that chamber.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's still a place I can go in and hold something if I need to. So
Do you want to
yeah, I
break
want to.
that first before the party goes up, or do you want to try and time it with the party?
No, I'll break it before the party goes up.
Okay, so we will have you go up solo. Just do this.
I'm gonna make sure Mace gets a chance back before I actually
Yeah.
go in.
So, what is your strength stat, Kara?
The score by itself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so
Uh,
sorry. What's your plus to hit with a strength-based weapon?
uh, 6 plus proficiency makes it a 10.
Okay, so 10 to hit and 6 on the plus for damage. Mace, if you would do so, just roll me a hit with chance so we can see how much damage she's doing to the wall, and then we will add
Sure.
her modifiers instead of yours. Okay, so chance with a plus 12, if I remember correctly, though, it would be a plus 3 plus, 3 plus 9, it doesn't matter, it's a wall. The damage would be a max damage roll, 8 plus your 6 strength, plus I think 3 from Chance himself. Okay, yeah, and that doubles on the wall itself, which puts you over 30, which was my number. So you'd be able to crumble out the wall in between two of the windows. At that point, I would say you can probably throw your spear through that size of hole without too much issue. I would... let me look at the map one sec. If you're opening this... Okay, so... Alright, here's what we're going to do. Let me grab you again, Chris. Give me one sec. Put you here. So, I'm going to mark for you. You have opened up essentially this much. I should probably change that color. I don't like the way it's not showing up.
I mean, I see the blue.
Yeah, I don't like the way it's not showing up personally for me. Okay, so you've opened up, a good 5-foot section here. You have a 10-foot hole essentially you could fit through, right? If you want to do another swing on the other side, you will be able to open up, over to here, and you can make a hole big enough for yourself. They're going to shoot at you before you make another swing. Or actually, you can do 2 attacks per action, can't you?
Yes,
So
I
you
can.
can make another swing if you want to.
Do you want me to just roll a d20 plus 10?
Is it plus 10 for you? Yeah, you can do that. That works too. Its chance is a d8 as well, plus 6 for you, I guess, plus 3. So plus 9 total.
So it's a plus
D8
10 plus 9?
d8 plus 9 on your
Okay.
on your damage, and that gets doubled. Okay.
So 22.
So you're not going to be able to quite break the other wall. It's going to hold together. It was a 30 on HP. So at this point, they will fire 2 crossbow bolts at you again. Let's just see what happens. And then, what's your AC? 18 right now, correct?
19 currently.
Okay, yep. So then you're still covered because he rolled a 19, but you have cover from the wall still. It's not fallen apart yet. Give me another one of those. Just give me the damage roll. You can hit a wall. I mean, short of a crit fail. So I guess I should have you roll a d20.
That's
You're still good. Give me the damage. It will fall apart. I'm presuming.
24.
I think pretty much from your strength stat doubled alone, you should be fine.
Yep.
So it will fall apart there. So you do have a 15-foot at this point if you want. The 2 of them in the room are certainly reloading their crossbows. At this point, if you choose to disengage because you haven't truly finished your action, you can do so, and they won't be able to fire at you.
All right, I'll swing down, come back down to give Mace the hammer back, and just look at the group and be like, "Well, if you make it to to that floor, call out to me when you're there, and I'll come in."
Sounds me, I suppose. As far as the pictures on the outside, though, do they mean anything important? Do we need to worry about those?
Pluzak did
From my
another
roll?
roll, and I need to inform him of something. Un
Uh-oh.
momento. Just so you know, Pluzak, the second roll was advantage from having seen similar symbols before. You would notice. How do I want to send this to you? All right, so I'll send it to you this way. Where is my? There you go. Along the tower, you would notice that. And when I say that first word before the parentheses, that is a spell, if you want to look it up. Or you might know it, I don't know.
I don't know that.
Yeah, you can look it up. Pluzak would be acknowledging it's a thing here, so. Or I can send it to you. I can send you the page quick.
Oh.
You got it, okay.
I like this place.
I like this place.
Jesus. Stumbled upon some kind of death tower or something.
Death Tower? What? You mean New
I thought you
Life
just said
Tower?
this was the. I thought you just said this was the Tower of Abjuration. Isn't the Necromantic Tower a different one?
I'm sure we'll encounter that one eventually, but if he likes this,
Belling's
there
like,
must
"Yeah,
be something
definitely."
he wants.
Definitely not necromancy. I know that one too.
Yeah. But maybe it's keeping this symbol of insanity or glyph of. How do you?
I think it is. I mean, glyphs are what's on
yeah,
it,
it's a
but
symbol.
it is
Yeah,
symbol
it's
is
a
the
symbol
spell,
of
so
insanity.
yeah.
So it might be. Yeah. So there's the symbol of insanity. Um. So I don't know if it's keeping that in the tower, right?
Mhm.
Or right, because there's like warding spells you have usually with that spell type. So it could be making the people in the tower insane and not
You
letting it out.
at this point, I would tell you you would at least know from how it's sitting, it's not active right now. Like it's sitting there waiting to be activated.
I'll be right back in 2 seconds.
Oh, the performing a ritual.
Maybe. Leif, I guess, would ask like, so echo time.
I mean, you can. We know they have crossbolts, so as soon as one of those hits you, you're done.
I meant more like if it's trapped, wouldn't the echo set off traps?
Only, I don't
Echo
think
hasn't
even
set off
physical
many
ones.
traps yet.
Yeah,
Hmm.
Hasn't been
we might
very
have
trap
to
helpful.
chance it.
Oh, I see what you did there. We'll throw Chance in there.
Chance is still on Kara's spear, by the way, so you don't know what his reply to that is.
Yeah.
He's just like waves at you with a tentacle.
So this is a tower of abjuration, and yet there's a symbol of insanity in it.
Technically
Yes.
on it. You guys are seeing symbols
it.
on the outside, so
That's not turned on.
On it, the symbol is not turned on.
Correct.
it is ready to be activated.
Probably by whatever ritual they're doing inside currently with the 6 people and the anvil and forge or anvil and mace that Kara said.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure Chance would love to eat another mace.
I'm sure.
Nudge, nudge. All I'm saying is, what are we farting around here for? What's the worst that could happen?
Okay, so I think
Okay,
perhaps then.
So listen, symbols usually get triggered, right? So something's got to trigger it.
Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. I'm going to try something. And if it doesn't work, it might be a bit wasteful, but whatever. At this point, we're kind of on a time schedule. Where did you say this symbol was?
The symbol that Pluzak is seeing is essentially hidden among the many glyphs that dance along the outside of the tower.
I'm gonna ask him to point it out to me.
I mean, he'd definitely be able to.
I'll point it out to you.
And I will just cast Dispel Magic on it.
Cool. Okay. So, let me see.
I guess I have to do the check
You'll have to do
for
the
it.
check. I'm looking for the number on it. I think it's somewhere in here, but I don't see it at the quick glance. All right, so still roll because you have to roll regardless.
Right.
And it's this, so it has to
Is
be
this
that.
just a ability
So-
check using my skill plus? Okay, so it's a charisma check. Or a
Okay.
D2, yeah. Charisma.
Yep, so go for it.
4. Okay. Damn.
Alright, I am back.
Yeah, so you would know that that Dispel Magic doesn't seem to make the symbol disappear. So you would lose the spell slot, but I
Yeah,
mean,
that's
nothing
fine.
happens to the symbol, so it's still there. You could still potentially try again. Just lost spell slot.
And I
no.
look at Mace and I say, "What's the worst that happens? You just become insane."
Yeah, well, I'm long-lived, and I don't know how long
Hey,
that's going to
Pluzak,
last.
just make sure that you reread that whole spell, okay?
So long. I don't know how to read.
Yeah, that's fine. It's just there's a thing in one of those paragraphs that I want to make sure you're aware of. Because the way you said that made me think you're not super aware of it yet. Unless I
Alright,
misread
from the
it
top.
myself, but I'm pretty gure it is what I'm thinking.
Peripheral glyph into a surface.
Now I'm looking through it again just to make sure. Is it not? Oh, you know what? I did misread it. What I was talking about was this. I thought this was area of effect, but I misread it. So you're actually good. You were correct. But if you consider this as I was thinking of it, I think you'll see what I mean. But you are actually correct. So thank you for making me relook at it. I thought that was the
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? I thought that whole
Yep.
thing was So, but you are actually reading it right. So, you're good. Ignore me, guys. Listen to Pluzak. He's the better magician or spellcaster.
Magician.
Sorry. You know what? You pull tricks. Why not?
You'll see. You'll see what happens.
So yeah, Leif is still offering to send an echo in if you guys want to.
Well, you've determined that there's a glyph guarding the tower, right?
And it would only make you insane.
Send the echo.
I mean, the echo's gonna die as soon as an arrow hits him or a bolt.
It doesn't matter. The point is, it might trigger the glyph, which is currently the most pressing issue. Because we don't know what
Well,
the trigger.
We don't know what the trigger
like-
is. You can
exactly.
make anything the trigger.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Trigger
but I'm
could
assuming
be
it's
saying "Kumbaya,"
Leif
and
is
as soon as
gonna
you
sit
say
down
"Kumbaya,"
and he's gonna summon up an echo, and he's just gonna like switch to the echo's perspective. So Leif is talking from his sitting self, but the echo is like standing in the group, like in the circle with you guys discussing at this point.
So he's already in.
No. Let me do it like this. Where's my Leif?
I have a
So-
technical question.
Yes. So blue dot Leif is the echo, right? So he summons up an echo, and then Leif
Yeah.
is just gonna go like sit down over here, and then the echo joins the actual huddle.
Okay.
So, all my equipment got larger with me.
Yes.
Does that mean my bag of holdings dimensions also increased?
I guess technically.
I can just shove the party into the bag of holding and throw them out on the floor I opened up.
Maybe. The dimensions of the interior of the bag didn't change.
Yeah,
That's
but the
only
interior of
thing.
the bag is like huge, so it's fine.
Is it though? It's only like 64 square meters, right? Which is like 6 feet on each side or something.
64 cubic feet.
Yeah, 64 cubic feet is 60. What's the cube root of 64?
Eight.
Cube root of
Six.
64 is
Yeah, so it's what 4? 4 times 4, 16 times 4, 64.
yeah, it's 4. It's
So
4.
it's a box that's 4 feet on each side. I don't think you can fit the entire party in that. I agree with you. The mouth of it got bigger, but the internal space has not increased because it's still the same bag of holding, right? Same enchantment.
See,
I
this
would
is why I asked
argue,
rather than assume.
yeah, and honestly, even in that case, if a medium-sized creature is argued to fit a 5 foot by 5 foot square, you theoretically would not be able to fit a full
Party.
medium-sized
Yep.
creature
Okay.
in there. Um,
So I guess then
yeah.
that change. The next question is: anything I have stored in there is its original size? Then it wouldn't have gotten larger with me.
Uh, I think that's technically correct, actually, by nature of the charm, if you look, because it does say anything
No.
on your person grows with you. So the bag grew, but yeah, the contents technically didn't. It doesn't mean, so like if you have potions of healing, technically the effect should still affect you because it's the same regardless. It doesn't say anything about size. But I guess, yeah, if you had weapons or things in there, they would be too small for you, but they'd be the right size for the party.
Nope. I'm glad we're clarifying this now
Yeah,
rather
no,
than
it's
later.
actually a really interesting point because it is an interesting thought where the bag itself grew, but the charm on the bag is the same, so the internal size is technically the same. It's just you can fit things through the mouth of it easier than others. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. You could probably fit a party member in the bag with their shoulders and head sticking out if you wanted to like carry one at a time somewhere or use it as a pack. Spatially, that would probably work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shit it means all the tools I had in there are fucking useless now. Okay.
For you. I mean, others in the party it might still be, but yeah, absolutely. So.
Fucking, I have a rope and piton in there that's like, all right, well, I can measure myself with this. All right. Oh, that kills my idea. Never mind. As you were, Shadow Leif, go walk through the door.
Yeah, I'd say just send the echo, see what happens.
Okay. Send the echo. Leif will walk forward with the echo, and he will try and enter the tower. And I need to check something. I'm trying to pull up his character sheet as we speak. Alright, so... Yeah, the fact that it can make saving throws tells me that theoretically this should activate. So he will walk his way through the door of the tower. At which point,
As he starts running towards the tower or going to the tower, I'm going to start running away from the tower.
what does the rest of the party do as you see Pluzak start booking it? By the way, you do that, Pluzak, and Leif himself tries to stand up. He like can't see, he can't hear, but his echo sees you running, and so his normal body stands and starts to try and run and just falls flat on his face.
All right, we'll just hiccup and cradle unconscious Leif.
He's not unconscious, but he does suddenly start raising into the air and like moving his limbs as if like trying to crawl along the ground while you carry him away.
Garrett will just, take a step back, which is like 10 feet, and just holding onto Leif.
Seeing you run, by the way, Pluzak, Valine tries to outpace you. Nowhere near close, but she does try.
I will not move.
Mace stays there. So,
Look, I took a step away, which is 10 feet for most people.
yeah. All right, so Pluzak, you triggered this whole event. Echo Leif, he will step forward, and at this point, Echo Leif will need to do a saving throw, I believe. Do I still have this up? Let me see. Oh no, I think it just hits him at this point because he's activated it. So the thing can't save, but the echo, I guess, at that point, Leif would.
I mean, I don't think it would vanish.
No, it doesn't vanish, but Leif would say out loud, "Hey guys, the running's a good idea. My echo wants to kill you all. Also jerk off.
Also, fish.
Also fish. That is. How did you know, Pluzak? Hold on a minute. Are you in my mind? I didn't remember connecting to you with my slug.
And sleep.
No, it doesn't
So
want
is
to
the-
sleep. That's a different glyph.
So does the echo come charging at us to try and attack?
At this point, the echo would turn around. You would notice a tent in its pants, and it will start to charge at you, Kara.
I kick it.
Why did you roll an
You
unarmed
shake it off
strike
like
on
a,
me?
a little dog humping your foot.
Leif's AC is 18.
Yep.
Actually, I think the echo is higher. I have to look now.
Just if it comes at Kara, just full on kick.
The echo is 18 as well, so give me an unarmed strike on the echo. Yeah, you're good. You kick the echo, any damage makes the echo disappear, and at that point, it would definitely poof, and you have solved the insanity glyph problem. Wonderful. Yes. Literally comes at Kara with a great sword in both hands, and its hips doing that.
Yeah.
It wasn't walking forward so much as just thrusting forward.
It gets into the echo zone. It's like, guys, I just got stepped on by a giant.
So, by the way, Leif comes back and he looks at you, Kara, and he's just like, "Hey, by the way, that wasn't me, I promise."
You'll know.
Just kind of looks down at Leif. I hope you would know better than to try that.
I'm glad that I got to experience it through him.
Puts him down.
Well, with that in mind,
Scrapes boot on the side of building.
Yeah, exactly. There's not even any echo left on it. You're just doing it to show off. Oh God, wonderful.
now that the trap is sprung, I suppose I'll head in.
Alrighty. So Mace will start walking in. Everyone else starts moving back towards the tower, I presume.
Yep.
Mace, so you would enter the tower.
Make an
Basically,
intelligence DC.
no. The very yeah, exactly. The very first room that you see is just a tiny room that essentially has a spiraling staircase. It only goes up. There's really nothing to check except for to climb the stairs.
Okay, yeah, I mean, as long as we're not too separated, I just continue going upwards. At
Alright,
this point,
so-
I've recovered chance, yeah?
I made sure to give him back after I broke the wall.
That's fine.
Okay,
All
good.
right. So, in that case, the entire party, everyone who wants to go up the stairs, feel free to put yourself at the top of the stairs. You would see, these 6 creatures here that Kara called out. The 2 most
this
in the
map is so
back.
small.
I will. Yeah, it's 60 feet across. 60 foot tower. The 2 marked with yellow dots are still wielding crossbows. They are facing the southern hole in the wall. Kara, if you wish to put yourself at the hole, I will size you up. And then you can kind of move yourself in as you feel necessary. Let me pop Leif in there, and Feline probably behind you, Pluzak. Leif would be probably behind Mace, and honestly, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say he probably would have summoned an echo again. You need to go to this size, and you'd probably be like in the window, something like that. Yeah. So at this point, I mean, they are going to attack you on sight. So if everyone just wants to roll me initiative, we can see how things
Yes.
go as you enter the room. I have Feline up. I need to open Leif.
Hey.
Initiative for him.
Mace enters the room like Darth Vader with a hallway full of rebels.
Yeah. So Leif is
Best scene out of that entire movie.
Mace. Ooh, Mace is a nat 20. Which means you get a 40 on the counter. Pluzak was the 5. Feline is that. Cool. And then these fuckers. Alright, gentle gents. Mace, you are up first.
Okay. Yeah, well. It's gonna. Things started there. Gonna go up to this one
Alright. So
and
Mace
walk him a couple times.
charges into the room.
Yep. Now,
And
question
now we
is,
fuck them up.
I'll try with the first hit, first and foremost.
Yeah, definitely hits.
Uh,
You're
Okay.
hitting
Talking
this
with our
guy.
weapons. Got it.
yes.
Is Pluzak
Uh,
really that surprised at this point?
Well, they shot at
That's
Kara
why I'm
first,
wondering why it
okay?
took us so long to go inside.
Listen, you could have gone in first.
You know what? Really fair.
Lead by example.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, so assuming there's nothing odd about that first hit, I will in this
No,
case
I mean the hit definitely collides with it. It feels like a pretty traditional, normal body.
Okay, I wasn't sure if there were maybe like, I don't know, ghosts or something.
So,
Uh,
you know what? Much to that point, because I do think this is something that none of the party members would have experienced before. You definitely notice that they are, human-like, humanoid creatures, I should say. They have green skin, and I would say that with a 20, you collide with this thing. It's wearing like chainmail and a helmet, but you knock it in the head, and you do enough damage. It's not necessarily bloodied, but it's got some solid blood running down its like the corner of its mouth. However, this blood seems silvery and almost to be the color and consistency of mercury. So just kind of give
oh,
you.
these are construct.
I
Game
don't.
recognized game.
Yeah. So yeah.
Okay, all right. I do not feel bad at all. We're smacking again. I will take 2d6 damage and add my
Ooh,
bonus.
he's going for it. All right, all right.
And then I'll whack a second time.
So the 12 is on the first hit, or you're doing it on the.
Yes.
Cool.
Either or, it doesn't matter.
That's
I
fine.
think
That's,
both hit.
both
Anyways,
definitely
so.
hit, so it didn't matter. I just wasn't sure how you were
Yeah.
rolling it. Let me add that one first, and then you hit with this much. So with that, it's not dead quite yet, but you have certainly got the one in front of you. Basically, your first hit, you smack it in the helmet one way, and you follow through good. It looks back at you, and you notice this blood, and you're just like, oh, it's not human. I suddenly care even less than normal. And you just swing that hammer back the other way, and it is now like on one knee, like trying to recover, barely holding onto life as it glares up at you.
Cool. Yeah. And I think that'll be my turn.
Fantastic. All right. Leif comes after you, in which case he kind of has the Echo charge on in to engage this guy, and he will step himself like up to the top here and draw a laser rifle. He's going to have the Echo swing once at the guy in front of him here. Let me go to here, and great sword here. Certainly hits. What do you think? We reroll that? Yeah, I think he'd reroll that. Alright, so the 15 on this guy. And then Leif himself will take a shot at one of the crossbow guys just to try and keep them under control. Not quite going to hit. I'm going to say with a nat fail, he ends up hitting his own Echo. So it struck the guy in front of it, but ends up disappearing before the end of his turn. And he's just like, sorry, didn't, this is the one with the bad sights. And he's going to stand there. Kara, it is your turn.
Getting a phone call. Can I come back to it?
Absapop, positively. Yes, please. Valine.
She's phoning a
Valine
friend.
will run up the stairs next to Leif. And she will do a... She's going to roll Magic Missile. It hits 1, 2, 3 times. She's going to aim for the crossbowman. The 4 on the first one, and we'll do the 5 on the second one. Just to try and, again, kind of manage them for the party. 4 on you. 5 on you. And that will be her. And that should be their turn, and then Pluzak will come back to Kara whenever she's ready. they are going to. They're definitely going to start to surround you, Mace. So these guys will come up to here.
Sorry about that. I'm back. Work was in panic mode.
No, you're good. Okay, in that case, I will move them back to where they should be. Something like this, I think. So, Kara.
I mean, you could have them have done what they were going to.
You
but...
come before them in initiative, so the fact that they have not had their turn yet, I want to do you first if we can. So go ahead and tell me what you're thinking.
So the slave.
Kara will get into here.
Mm-hmm.
And which is the one that hit me?
Choose. Doesn't really matter.
Okay. Just gonna pick up the one on the left and throw it down the hole.
All right. So grapple check. Go for it.
That's just straight strength score now, right? Or are we still doing the athletics roll?
It's a grapple check. Still an athletics roll.
Okay.
Yep. So 25, no problem. You pick them up, and you can go ahead and drop it down the hole, and it will just fall. So that's lefty here. We'll go this way. It's gonna be.
Kara will call up the Pluzak, or go over to Pluzak. I dropped one down. He may decide to come up from behind. Just a heads up.
That will be this guy.
Behind.
He's gonna take this. Yep. So he falls. You don't really hear a scream or anything. You do hear a thud as it hits the ground, and that will be all it can do for now. And it will disappear from your sight.
I will use my second. Oh, actually, that was my action, so I don't think.
Yeah, I would say grabbing it was the one, and dropping it would be the other in my mind. So.
Then that is me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh wait, no, bonus action.
Okay.
Bonus action Giant's Might, so that I have advantage on those in the future.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, you would probably have advantage from your size regardless. It's not like it matters. You still won the contest, but probably advantage regardless on that, just so you know.
So I don't need to use Giant's Might for that. Okay.
Yeah, because I think the only reason you get advantage from Giant's Might, I mean, it's written out in the effect, but I believe rules as written, if you are a size larger than the creature you're trying to grapple, you do have advantage on that grapple. So that's kind of where that comes from. They just specify it to make sure. But I believe I remember that is kind of a rule for larger creatures, so you should be good regardless.
Okay, then I will not activate that ability.
Well, you can, because it would still give you the extra D8 or whatever, D6 of damage.
Then I will activate ability then.
Yeah, it's always going to be good to have. It's just, I think the advantage thing is something that you kind of have ingrained because you're a giant now.
So I am currently in that state of being.
Okay, so.
And that is my turn.
Yeah, so again, they're going to start to surround you, Mace. This one, 5, 10, 15, 20... 25. We'll step up to Leif because he saw him do a thing earlier. The one next to you, Kara, won't move, but it is going to turn around with its crossbow and fire a shot across the room, and then we'll swing at you with a greatsword. So we'll do that first.
Because Cameron, if you have an enemy near you, you have disadvantage on a shot.
Right. Absolutely. So it's firing at Valine. Valine has, I think, 13 AC. It will still probably hit, but it was disadvantaged a 14 to 21.
Just checking.
Yeah, you had her miss. You had it miss a 21. It was a 14 instead. It still does hit Valine though. Valine will take. Okay. So Valine took some damage, and then it's going to swing a greatsword at you, Kara. An 11 will not hit you, so as it kind of draws and attacks, it's just not a good enough strike. You step out of the way or whatever, no problem. At this point, the ones that are surrounding you, Mace, are going to attack. It's two swings with a greatsword for each of them with advantage. First one will miss the first strike. 20 will not hit you, I don't think, right now, correct? Okay. So, second strike will not quite. Next one will hit you. Anything you want to do in response?
Not for now.
Okay. So, it will strike you with 11 slashing damage.
Okay.
And then one more. guess it'll certainly hit you, but with one of them. Let's see, with the other, just one of its 2 attacks for an additional 5 slashing damage.
All right.
And that's all to do around you. And then the last one will swing at Leif twice. 1 and 2. It will not hit him. So Leif is over there kind of using his rifle to block this thing's greatsword. And he's currently okay. Luzak, it is your turn.
Okay. So the one that just attacked Leif, that hasn't been injured, correct? Because it was off to the side.
The one that is attacking Leif has not been injured. Correct.
Okay. So I am going to use Chill Touch.
Okay.
Nope.
It will not quite hit. You would see the hand actually try and connect, but it's almost as if the armor that this thing is wearing is just thick enough to not quite cause it to, collide with its flesh in the way that it affects. I.e., you're like 1 off.
Okay. And I'm going to watch, down the stairs.
Absolutely. Sure. At this point, you've used an action. You can't really prep an action.
Yep.
Do you want to yell something if you see it come up? What's the concept of what you're watching for, or what you're trying to do? I guess.
Just making sure something doesn't come up behind me.
Just make sure that you see it. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Totally. All
No
right.
surprise attack.
Back at the top of the turn order. So Mace. Guess not.
Be on mute, sir.
Or we lost him for a second.
Oh,
There you are. Your turn, Claw.
sorry.
Nah, you good, man.
I did not realize that was for me. Okay. Yeah, so I believe I hit the one below me first before?
That is correct, yes. That is the one that you
Yeah,
hit.
so I'm just gonna continue hitting that one. That's that. I don't know if 14 hit.
14 will not, no. So,
Okay.
Chance would hit its armor with a 14, but you kind of watch its chainmail ripple under him, and you can tell it's absorbed the blow without any damage.
That's okay. I'll do one more.
Absolutely, that
Good.
one will most certainly hit. So that's the one below you. That would be this motherfucker. 20 or 19. I mean, sorry, 19. I was thinking 29 for some reason. Damage. There we go. This guy. I'm on the wrong layer. Huh? This guy is dead. So Mace, as you collide with him with that second swing, he the armor absorbs the first one, and you turn the hammer around and smack again. You would watch as the body kind of disintegrates into this harmless burst of fire and smoke, and the chainmail and greatsword that it's holding just drop to the ground in a pile.
So it just sort of fizzles.
Yeah, it pops into, it literally bursts into fire and smoke. Just like, think, you know how when magicians use flash paper? That.
Mm-hmm.
Just its whole body does that.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't hurt you or anything. It's just really bright and really, it is fire still, but it doesn't really seem to leave behind any ash or do any damage.
So right now it's just a pile of ash.
It's just a pile of chainmail and a greatsword. It's not even ash.
Oh, so it left its equipment behind.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, okay, cool. I will probably move over to here and then in my turn.
Absolutely. Okay. So with that, it is Leif's turn again. So Leif will summon an echo. Summon an echo here. And the echo will swing first at the one in between the two of them. Of course, advantage. Great sword. Damage. Great sword. Damage. Because that's this fucker. And I guess reroll. It's a 16 still. So that one is carved into. It's definitely bloodied at this point. And the echo will try and stand there to keep things from trying to flank you more so, Mace. Leif will end his turn there. Bonus action to attack. Yeah, I think that's the best I can do. Kara.
I attacked the brave construct before me.
Okay. Go ahead and swing.
I'm going to apply Giant Smite to the first attack.
Mhm.
So he's going to take 26 damage.
Absolutely.
And the second attack, I
That
know
will
that
not
doesn't
quite hit. No. So your first attack, strikes good, and seeing how much you hurt him with that, he really does his utmost to dodge out of the way of the second one, and just barely misses. Good try though. At this point, it's Valine's turn. Valine will look at the one next to her and Leif. Actually, no. Everything is ranged. Is that right? I don't think that's a relatively high. What is it? Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. I guess magic missile just hits, so she'll use that again.
Yep.
And she'll just kind of strike the one next to her, in between her and Leif, sort of. 13 damage. Doesn't quite kill it, but it is even more so hurt. And that will be her turn. So at this point, it is their turn. So that one's there, that one's there, that one's there. So one of them is going to swing first at Leif's Echo with advantage. Will not hit with the first attack. It will hit with the second attack, so Leif's Echo will disappear. I gotta keep this up. I keep fucking up there. Okay. And then it took 2 of its attacks to do that, though. So that's the one on the lower left done. Mace, one of them is going to swing on you twice with advantage, the lower right corner below you. It will indeed hit you once. Let me just check the other. 22? I probably shouldn't be giving you the number, but if you want to shield it, it's all your call. Just let me know. But otherwise, it will hit you twice. So the first hit will be 17 slashing. The second hit is 12 slashing.
I'll probably shield the first one.
So the first one was a crit, but it will still block the second.
Okay.
So the 17, I believe, you will still take. The 12, you will block.
Okay.
And then the one to the north of you will look around, and I think it will see that having you flanked gives it the greatest advantage, so it's also going to roll on you Mace twice. The first one will miss. The second one will also miss. So just the one hit total on you from those guys. At this point, Pluzak, you would notice one of them is going to come up on the stairs. It will only be able to... That was not the right layer. Hold on one second. There we go. It will come up further next turn, but that's about as far as it can make it currently. Kara, the one next to you, will swing on you twice with its greatsword.
Okay.
I don't believe it hits with the first one, and it definitely does not hit with the second one. So you're kind of doing a very good job of just putting your large armor panels between you and its weapon, and it manages to not hurt you at all.
I'm playing hockey right now. I'm on my knees with the guards up.
Yeah, exactly. So Pluzak, it is your turn.
And cast web
Mm,
from my wand.
absolutely, good choice. It will definitely create a zone that is tough for this thing to move through. It's currently not in it, so it'll have to try that next turn. But or actually, it would be probably big enough, right? Is it 10 foot or 20 foot?
It's 20 foot.
So it would be 20
I just
feet.
didn't know how
it would
you
be
wanted
20
to do
feet
it.
down the stairs at minimum, right? It will only stick to the walls of the stairs, so I kind of agree with you. It's not like the full rectangle, but I would say, it's like this, essentially, kind of blocking as much of the stairs as it can. Would you prefer to put it where it's 20 feet, kind of like that, or he has to move up through the full 20, or is it kind of in capturing him currently? You see what I'm saying? Kind of more...
Let me see what this spell is.
I think it just depends on where you shoot it along the wall, essentially.
Each creature that starts its turn in the webs or that enters the web during its turn must make dexterity saving throw. Failed. So it wouldn't make a dexterity saving throw currently if I put it in it now.
So it might be better to kind of stack it like...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like that.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn this motherfucker here. So it's not quite in it, but next turn it certainly will be, and it has about 20 feet to move through or something to that effect, right?
Yep.
Is that 15? So I should extend it a little more. So essentially between it and you is all entirely difficult terrain. So, you know, I've got to say, I believe you got that Wand of Web from when Blake got the cursed items, right? That was like literally chapter 1 or 2. You have made fantastic use of an item that has been given to you at the very beginning of the campaign.
Yeah, sometimes good, sometimes not so good.
That's okay. It's just it's still making use of it is impressive to me.
Yeah.
Regardless of if it always works. But yeah. So anything else, Bluzak?
Nope. That's it.
Alrighty. So then we will go back to the top of the turn order. Mr. Mace.
All right.
What's the plan?
They seem to have further trouble killing this one dude among 3 people, so I'm just gonna help him with that.
Okay. So the one that's between everyone up there?
Yeah.
Okay. So you technically don't have flanking, just to keep that in mind?
Right, yes, yeah.
Okay. As long as you're aware.
This.
That hits for sure, and hold on 1 second. Let me go to the right guy. Yeah, I thought so. Okay. With that first hit, you collide with this guy. And once again, once you kill it, it bursts into a harmless kind of flame and smoke and dissipates into chainmail and a greatsword.
Mm-hmm. And... With my second attack... Yeah, I'll just hit the right one from me.
Okay. Certainly hits. And this damage here. Fantastic. Yep. Anything else, Mace?
That'll be it.
Alrighty. Is Leif next? So Leif will once again summon up... or actually, he'll put his laser rifle away. He'll step forward. And then he will summon up an echo on the other side of this guy, I think. Is pretty Leif MO. And he will carve away. Alright, so advantage, greatsword. 1 swing from Leif and 1 swing from his echo. And for the first time in I think a long time, Leif will not connect on a turn. But he currently has this guy at least flanked and sandwiched. Kara.
Second verse, same as the first. Attempt number 2.
Yeah, definitely hits.
And back giant smite.
21.
21 damage.
Not quite
It is
enough to
still
kill it, but
Okay.
it is barely on its feet. You would notice it dripping more mercury than you would think a body possible.
I'm pretty sure I hit it with that one.
Yikes.
What the fuck, dude? Was that a
You
19?
have a plus 13?
Yeah, so he's giant-sized, so keep in mind that strength increases very similarly
right.
to...
Yeah.
What's your strength, like a plus 6 and then, or plus... And then you have like
Because of the changes in Kara's size, she's
Yes.
currently got a strength of 23.
plus
Damn.
6. It's a plus... why do you have plus 1
So
mod?
it's
Plus 6,
so
plus
the
4,
spear
plus
is a plus
2.
2 spear.
Yeah.
Um,
Plus 6 from your
And
strength, plus 4 from proficiency.
there's proficiency bonus, so that's 10, and the plus 1 is from one of my feats. I gotta remember which one it is.
Oh, interesting. Curious. Well, don't you actually... you have duelist. It's the plus 2 damage. Is that plus 2 to hit too?
Then hang on, I gotta figure. Then maybe I'm one.
Maybe
no,
you're
it's
one
it's
short.
correct. On D&D Beyond, it says plus 13.
13.
I've just mirrored the stats from D&D Beyond. So
Huh. I'm curious what's given that to you. Take a look. Just let me know, because I'm just curious. It doesn't mod... Like, honestly, you're hitting such a high number anyway. At plus 12, plus 14, plus 13. It's all ridiculous. I'm just curious where it's coming from. Regardless, good hit. Give me a damage when you get a sec, and I will probably eviscerate that gentleman. Actually, I think you can't miss killing it at this point, so I will just end it out.
D&D Beyond was wrong. It's supposed to be a +12, so it's supposed to be a 31. I'll correct it.
Like a 31 still not going to eviscerate this thing. Don't
Yeah.
worry.
Yeah. It's
You're
just,
good.
you know.
It had like 4 health. You're killing it outright
18.
regardless.
But no, D&D Beyond, apparently when I was modifying it to a +2 spear, I may have
Had
hit
an
an
extra?
extra button and I
No
didn't
worries.
realize.
It honestly is not a problem. It was just one of those things I saw and figured I'd ask. Again, you hit it with a 31. You're fine. It's dead. Anything else, Kara?
Look, I try not to, break everything I use.
Yeah, it's just the book that did that in this regard.
Just happens.
It's kind of like when the book gave us those potions of giant size in your campaign for the end boss.
Oh yeah.
Shit just happens sometimes. It's no problem. Anything else you want to do? All right, so you're moving up. Definitely smart.
We'll get to there. Just to clarify, I'm not hunched over or crawling to get around.
It
This
is
actually
a
60 foot.
60-foot high ceiling, 50 to 60 somewhere around there. Doesn't matter. You're only like 21 foot high. You're fine. No issue.
I'm just clarifying because
Absolutely.
comments to be made, and
no,
I
it
will.
it is something worth specifying. I'm sure for future buildings, it is something that once again we will have to reapproach because there will be ones too.
So I will get to here to spread out as much advantage as I can.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
That's a good call. At that point, it is Valine's turn. Being kind of safe, she will step back to here, and she's going to try and chill touch the one between the Leifs. Valine, chill touch. Bluzak numbers. She doesn't quite hit. That's her turn. This thing goes now. 1, 2, 3 of them. 4 of them. 3 of them. 4 of them. 1, 2, 3. Who did I not mark? What did I do wrong?
3 of them go.
Yeah, no,
Well-
but I have 3 on board, but
The
oh,
one carriage is killed.
hold on a sec. That's why.
Oh,
One
there we
underneath
go.
Kara. I lost the one under Kara and I got confused. Okay. So that's this one, that's that one, and that's that one. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So the one between the 2 Leifs, it's actually going to take a step here. Echo Leif will attempt to stop it. Because it doesn't know he has Sentinel.
Can? What?
What's up?
How can he? Oh, right.
He has Sentinel.
Okay.
So he will hit it with the opportunity attack. It will not be able to move. That's this damage. So it gets this. Seeing that, it will turn and do its first attack on the Echo.
I have a question.
Absolutely.
So, it tried to get out of that specific area.
Mhm.
Obviously, that usually triggers opportunity attack.
Yeah.
Sentinel doesn't allow it to actually get out of the area. Does it still trigger the other opportunity attacks?
I'm going to say no. In this instance, I had Leif swing first because he was kind of
Right.
because of Sentinel.
Yeah.
If it had missed, if Leif's attack had missed, so it had been able to move, you would have gotten opportunity attack on that at that point.
Mhm.
But because it couldn't actually leave the space because of Sentinel, not quite. Yeah. So you still have your reaction at least, but
that's fine.
yeah. So it will swing at the Echo in response. It will kill the Echo. It will turn at this point and try and attack Leif himself. It will hit Leif. This is this. That's a big hit. Okay. Leif is going to take some damage.
On Cloud Rune.
Do you want to? Okay. Which one are you switching it to?
The other one, there's only 2 targets up here, so it's the one that didn't attack him is going to take the damage from that one.
The one next to you. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
So this many.
Sorry, I just heard big hit. My brain instantly went.
Kara's,
No, that's fine. Just make sure you spend it.
Kara's next to everyone.
And it will transfer. So very good job. And then that would tell you the one next to you, Kara, here is on its last legs now after transferring that hit. Probably like one of the hits that you've been doing will most likely kill it.
It stabs Leif, and this one coughs up blood.
And then that one itself actually needs to go. You don't have a reaction left, Kara. It's going to move It doesn't know you don't. It's just going to move regardless because it wants to flank Mace. I'm just pointing out you can't opportunity. It will swing at you, Mace, with advantage twice. Let's see if it can hit you. First attack will certainly miss. Second attack will hit for 11 damage.
Okay.
And that's slashing. And then the one on the stairs, Pluzak, it has to do a dex save if it tries to move through, correct?
Yep. Dex 15.
15. It's 19 on die, so it's definitely going to be able to. That just means that it is difficult terrain at this point, or no difficulty.
Starts turn or enters must make a dexterity saving throw. On failed save, the creature is restrained by the webs until it breaks free. A creature restrained in the webs can use this. Waves are flammable, so it should just be difficult terrain.
Difficult terrain. So I don't think so. So 10, 20, 30. It will still only be able to make it halfway up the stairs, and at the start of its next turn, I believe it still has to roll for the save again. Because it's every time it starts its turn in the webs, correct?
Yeah, it doesn't say that it only has to make the save once.
Yeah.
'Cause I know
Yeah.
things usually
Usually
say
it
that.
says, yeah, it's immune to the save if it makes the save. I believe it has to do it again. So it only makes it halfway up the stairs, and it waits there, and it glares at you, Pluzak. It's kind of like clearing the webs with its greatsword, I'm going to say, to make it so that it's passing through as just difficult terrain instead of being restrained. So it's not able to shoot at you with a crossbow or anything, and that will be the turn of all of them. Your turn, Pluzak.
Who do I want to go after?
Always the great question.
Probably none of them, considering they don't have soul.
All right, bro. Settle down.
I'm gonna, this guy up here in the northeast.
All
Gonna
right.
go after, and we're just gonna do totally dead.
Absolutely.
Wisdom
ahead.
17.
Wisdom 17. It will certainly not be passing that. 20 damage?
Yep.
All right. With that 20 damage, the bells that it hears ring in its ears as it grabs at its head, and then much as the ones that Mace slammed with his hammer, it dissipates into a burst of fire and smoke.
5, 10. Yep, I'm good.
All
Turns
right.
over.
Absolutely. Mace.
And then tell the group there's one coming up the stairs.
Ah, good call.
I'll move past Leif's Echo, get advantage from
Mhm.
Kara, and
That's Leif himself, by the way. But yes.
smack twice.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's not
Which,
advantage, though.
It's not
I'll
advantage.
just do the
It still
second roll.
hits, but let me know. Yep, so
Yeah.
we'll take the 20 for you. Doesn't quite kill
Yeah.
it, but it is very much on its last legs.
And then second attack.
17,
17
still hits. You're good. 19 damage will certainly poof another into a fine mist of fire and smoke. At this point, it is only the one on the stairs. You are all aware of it because Pluzak let you know. Anyone else, or anything else you want to do, Mace?
I'll move over here so that it doesn't reach me in case it can actually get that far.
Alrighty. Leif, it is his turn. So Leif is going to step here, and then we'll have him just kind of like summon an echo. Well, actually, if he goes here at the top of the stairs, 5, 10, 15, he can summon an echo into the webs. Let's see. Let me check something. So, what conditions are it immune to? It is immune to all conditions. I think that doesn't necessarily matter, actually. It wouldn't be able to move if it fails the saving throw. It would still be able to attack. It's restrained.
Yes.
All right, so it has to roll for the restrained, I think. That probably makes the most sense. So he's going to summon it down there with the greatsword. Dex saving throw or just a dex roll? I forget. Saving throw,
throw.
correct? Okay. So dexterity saving throw from Leif. It's supposed to be not at advantage on that one, so it's just a 13. Sorry to waste the crit. So
Does not.
his echo is restrained. It is immune to all conditions, which means it can't be restrained. So
That would be
realistically, it should be able to attack normally. So then, greatsword. Second one will hit. A 13. I'm sure he will re-roll, so it's only 13. Sadly, that's this motherfucker here. So the one on the stairs is definitely being held up by Leif Echo and the webs to some degree, and has been hurt, but it is not bloodied. Still just kind of trucking along. And after Leif comes Kara.
A question about this staircase: is it walled up, or is this a depression in the floor?
I would say it's a depression down into the floor. Maybe the top 5 feet square here is, some like banisters that come up for the sake of like aesthetics or something, but it mostly just goes down into the floor. Yeah.
Okay.
Give
Here over
me,
the edge.
yeah, so just give me a dex saving throw, only because the webs do go in all directions 20 feet, so I would say they kind of like shoot up. Actually, they don't have a ceiling to stick to here. Never mind. It's just the staircase. You're good.
Okay. And
Stabbing fish in a barrel.
pretty much, it's just over the top, spear in hand, plunge.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it. 20 will hit.
And Giant's Might. 23 damage.
Yeah, does some good damage. Doesn't quite kill it, but it seems to be pretty well beat up. Another hit like that will, but we'll see if you can roll enough.
19 damage.
19. A 19.
Yikes.
A 19 creates another puff of fire and smoke. As once again, the spear just rockets through this thing, pierces into the staircase, and there is nothing left behind besides a bit of chainmail with a giant hole through it and a greatsword trapped in webs. I'd say Leif probably at that point, recognizing combat is over, as combat is certainly over, would dissipate his echo from the webs just so it's not stuck in there. And the party has succeeded. All right.
I hear the Final Fantasy success music.
Yeah, exactly. So with that, I actually think it's funny that both of you are on the same page because Chris did the same thing. Let me tell you. Copy and paste. Pacha. 540 experience from these motherfuckers. With that, as I said, combat is certainly ended. I need to stand up for a moment. So I will let you guys just chat amongst yourselves to figure out what you wish to do in this room next. And I will answer any questions when I get back.
All right.
I'm checking out the skeleton. I'm
So-
assuming Mace will check out the mace for a chance to eat it.
Yeah, I am blacksmith. So I guess I'll probably check this forge here with this anvil.
And I will
I don't see any
gaze down
fire
the
or
hole.
any coal, so
I will gaze
I-
down the hole and wonder why they make such small staircases and have such vaulted ceilings. The buildings don't make sense.
well, they probably flew a bunch.
For sound.
Yeah, but the only way
For
into
chanting.
this building before me making the hole into the building was to walk up the staircase. Why have a 60-foot arch ceiling in the middle of a place if it doesn't serve a purpose?
Acoustics. The first
Tall
casting
ceilings
spells.
make you feel more powerful. I do have a thought, though. This being the Tower of Abjuration, and this being a hammer and an anvil?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's meant to make something.
Okay. You want to elaborate?
Well, Abjuration is all about, keeping things away or undoing, charms and protecting from attacks and stuff. So what if we can, use this hammer to maybe break the barrier that's in the tower in the center.
I know what we can test it on.
Oh,
I have one of the masks of the hex.
oh, yeah, that's
I mean,
good.
we know Chance can break the mask, right? Or no, Chance didn't break the mask. What's his
Fucking
face did. Yeah,
Gemini did. He was
Gemini.
using Chance when he did it, but Gemini broke the mask.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
So,
he's by all intents and purposes a god. So
but no, I've got the mask of the shattered frame. Throw that bitch on the anvil and see if we can bust it.
yeah, that'd be good.
Or it's going to be imbued with a ward or healing properties.
Well, no, it's abjuration. It wouldn't be healing properties.
Yeah. Cure wounds is abjuration, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure it's necromancy.
Cure wounds is evocation. Healing word is evocation. I thought there was something.
I
Like
did
spirit
take
is
a bit too much damage
conjure.
there. So probably going to heal myself. I do have a free cure wounds that I'm going to use.
Yeah, so like sanctuary is abjuration, right? And I
Yeah,
cast that
yeah.
myself, so that's like protection.
I don't think there's any healing that's abjuration.
Gonna refill my drink real quick, but if we're voting on an idea and I'm not here, definitely want to smash the mask.
Yeah, no, I mean that seems like again, that all depends on whether or not I'm right about the whole abjuration thing.
I'm looking up a list. Absorb elements, aid. Aid is what? 3 creatures increase their maximum HP. Alarm. Arcane lock. Aura of life.
Aura of life is healing, right? Or is it over here?
Increase maximum HP.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's probably more of what it is, I guess, instead of healing. Banishment, blade ward, ceremony, counterspell. Oh, this says cure wounds is abjuration.
Fuck.
Yeah, this one says cure wounds is.
Weird.
But wait a minute. Maybe that's. Oh, that's not legacy. I bet.
Oh,
That's yeah. So they probably changed it.
it could be.
Yeah.
Either way, I'm just gonna cure wounds myself.
Yeah, like glyph of warding, greater restoration. I just.
Sorry for the wait. I am back.
Welcome
As
back.
my drink is refilled.
Oh, higher level cast. Cure wounds. Who we healing?
Second level, and I
Higher
was
level
just
cast.
using.
Doesn't matter if it's only second. It's still higher level. Come on, man.
Yeah, and I'm gonna use some of my lay on hands as well to get myself up.
Yeah, they hit you a little bit. You actually got crit twice.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, I'm actually rolling high.
Uh,
Leif also, I think, either crit once with one of his echoes or something. Yeah. Oh, actually, it was Kara. Kara took one of the crits and put it on another person. That was one of the things I said rolled high.
So I negated one of them at least.
Yeah. About 20 damage worth, somewhere around there. So any questions
So,
about the room?
I'd
and
like
actually,
to know
sorry.
about this anvil and hammer thing.
Exactly. I was about to say, before I actually let you do that, let me give you guys all the information again. A huge anvil, chiseled with vivid blue runes, rests in the center of a 60-foot diameter, 60-foot high room. I may be sizing some of these things up, so I can include Kara. Resting atop is a hammer adorned with matching runes. 6 armored figures stand guard around the anvil, or did. They are now corpses. At the rear of the chamber, there is a frozen corpse of what looks to be a wizard, a skeleton in wizard robes, lies in a pile of rubble. Blue flames flicker from braziers spaced around the room, illuminating a carved inscription on the ceiling. As you notice this inscription, I need to ask, what languages dost thou all speak?
Celestial, Common, Giant, Infernal.
Mm-hmm.
Undercommon, common, and giant.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing this from memory because I'm upstairs.
I can
Elvish,
also look,
Dwarvish,
maybe.
Common, Druidic.
Interesting. Let me see, Pluzak. I'll double check yours just to be sure. Can I jump to that from here? I cannot.
If Pluzak is trying to uncover the corpse in the rubble, I will assist.
Absolutely, absolutely. I guess you would. It's a skeleton. You know, just like all the others. So you would definitely be able to raise it if you want. I guess. Much like you're doing, it would probably require removing the rubble, but definitely intact enough. Aquin, Common, Druidic, Dwarvish, Elvish. Yep. Okay. Interesting. I thought one of you had the language. I think Professor Scant does, regardless, but I could have sworn that one of you did too. I'm confused. Maybe it was Mallow. Nope, definitely not him. Interesting. Okay, let me double check Professor Scant then. Valine and Scant.
So what does the inscription read?
We don't know.
Not yet. Okay. So there is an inscription on the ceiling. Valine would ask you all.
Hey, so anyone have any clue what that says up there?
You're
Nope,
the
looks up.
archaeologist.
No.
Alright,
I
hold
don't
on.
speak Netherese.
It doesn't look like, hold on here.
And she pulls out Professor Scant, and she's like,
Hey, Professor, from what I've learned from you, is that Draconic up there?
and, you know, she turns the orb up towards the ceiling, and he's like, oh, well, yes it is. Okay, do you need, I mean, honestly, I should probably challenge you to translate it for Lean. And she's like,
Now.
Alright, listen, I know I'm old, and I don't really want to, but this stubborn motherfucker's gonna make me, so, let me do my best, and then he'll fucking tell us the answer 1 second. And she's just gonna pull out, like, a notebook and, like, place Professor Scant on the ground, and just starts kind of, like, trying to translate in her own right. And let's see. Okay,
Where's my button? Okay, she doesn't do too bad.
alright, so, I think it says, number 1, use a shield on your heart by a nether wand of oak?
And she looks at Professor Scant, and he's like, I mean, it's close, but, it says, first, shield thy heart with a wand from the nether oak. And I am going to place this in chat.
I've already written it down as a note.
Hey.
You're looking up at that. That sounds important.
Guess what that is, boys and girl. Girl. 2 girls, boys and girls.
I like how this Pluzak just like looking around the room and realizing, hold on.
No, I get it. I'm not very feminine.
Is it my voice? Cause, like, I get
It
it
is.
too.
It is. You smoked lots of tobacco.
It's all the cigarettes.
I told you, it was that potion my father gave me. Fuck it, no one ever cares.
Okay.
Okay.
That's probably part of the ritual to open the center spire.
Oh, that's why it says first. Yeah. You're
So
right.
not the Deathly Hallows.
The what?
Never mind. It's the book I read once.
I mean, that sounds like something I'd be interested in. I'm a necromancer. Hey, Bluzak, you heard of these Deathly Hollows?
No, who said that?
Mace.
I don't believe anything he says.
Oh.
Yeah, they
Okay,
were
then.
written by a woman that was against transfiguration magic.
Why would you be against transfiguration? That's like the greatest thing ever.
I know, you could turn yourself into a dragon.
You could turn yourself into anything. Like, I've met people who literally live their lives transfigured because it makes them feel more, at tune with themselves. Cool shit.
Yeah, why don't you do that more, Bluzak?
Do what?
I think he is
You
in
know,
tune with
change
himself.
shapes.
I do. All the time.
I suppose it makes sense. Your silhouette does change every now and again. You know, mushroom here, mushroom there.
Yep.
Well, that's breakfast and dinner actually, but we'll talk about that later.
Okay. Well,
Things
if
grow
it
on me you
doesn't,
don't even know.
if the inscription does
Oh
not
God.
pertain to this chamber specifically, I'm gonna try to interact with this
Anvil?
anvil hammer situation.
Okay.
I'll just pick up the hammer and see what happens.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. When you pick up the hammer, a voice fills your head. It seems to emanate from the anvil, and it echoes. Bring me your items of power, and together we shall destroy them.
Great. That
Aw.
actually illuminates as to what we wanted to do earlier. So, uh, I'll, Mace will just sort of be surprised for a second. Be like, well, this is not really all that unusual. My hammer does talk to me all the time.
If anything, you have like the anvil hammer in one hand and Chance in the other, and Chance is just like talking to the other hammer through you, like,
Fuck you, he's mine!
I saw him first.
I destroy shit too, you can fuck right off! I don't like this guy, he's moving in on my space!
gig.
You kidding me? Chance would eat him up. I'll destroy everything now.
yeah.
You know,
You
Double
sound
destroy.
tasty!
Yeah.
I was wondering because I was going to ask Chance like if this is the case, do you think you could eat that or would you get just massive
So,
indigestion?
I guess he would tell you.
Well, as much as I'd like to eat this asshole, considering he's moving in on my turf, no. I'd have to eat the anvil, I think, and the hammer, and the tower. I,
Oh,
this whole room is, kind of designed in a way, like, it channels power into the anvil, and then that is struck with the hammer to, I don't, there's a lot here. I don't think I can eat all this. No.
I get it, but we can, uh, make a little experiment, and I'll look to Kara and say, um, well, it seems, as far as I've been able to glean, from my incredible insights and ability to connect with the tools of my trade, um, that this place was made in order to destroy objects of power, namely magical ones. Now, I believe we have something that warrants testing.
Kara will reach into her bag without having to think about that and put the mask of the shattered frame on the anvil. Go to town.
I was wondering when that was going to come into play. Alrighty.
Okay, I will grab the small hammer from the anvil,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll
Yeah. Okay.
hit it a couple times until it breaks, if it
So,
breaks.
perfect. Here's what would happen. If your intention is to hit it a couple times until it breaks, essentially, you place the mask on the anvil, and you raise your hammer high.
Mhm.
You strike down once, and a large strike of light pierces out in the room as a crack appears on the mask. At that point, please roll me a d4.
Ooh, okay.
Okay. You raise the hammer again high, you bring it down once more, and again the mask flashes as there is a massive light between the hammer and the anvil, and I need another d4. Ooh, okay. You raise it high, seeing this mask cracking on the verge of shattering, and you bring the hammer down a final time for a final d4. Okay. The mask breaks. Not only does it shatter, it disintegrates into not even ash. Not a single piece of the mask remaining. As you feel kind of this just sense of satisfaction emanating from the hammer and the anvil. And the voice once again kind of just rings out in your mind. Yes, bring me more. Destroy them with me. But besides that, it just seems to have done exactly what you were hoping.
Well, as much as this anvil is creepily ominous, it seems like it does what it says. As far as I understand, this is not dissimilar to dispelling the magic of an object, basically making it useless. That's what I would understand just off of abjuration, right? This whole place is all about that.
Mm-hmm.
So
Valine would definitely voice an opinion of like,
Yep, okay, that makes sense. That totally fits. Absolutely.
And now we got rid of the soul of one of our enemies. Perfect.
would it? I mean, this is just curiosity here, but I mean, I imagine the object was just housing the soul.
Hmm?
Where did the soul actually go?
Not my care, not my problem.
I think
Where'd it come from? Where'd
Fluzak,
it go?
you would probably have some semblance of an idea that if it works similar to arrays, and the soul was bound to the object like a soul being bound to an array, you know that from your understanding of arrays, when the array disappears, the soul would essentially, no longer be bound. It would just be released and go
Be
wherever,
released, yeah.
whatever happens to souls,
Oh,
So
that
if-
would mean I could see it.
Um, I guess technically you might have a sense of an idea that at this point, Kara, a true death has occurred in this room. Yes. If you found the hex of the shattered frame to be worthy, at that point it's your choice whether to Einherjar him, but you would know a true
I
death has
surely
occurred.
doubt so.
Yeah, hey, that's up to her, but it's at this point you definitely sense like when his body fell, right? It was one of those things, you already had the knowledge that the mask would trap the soul, but like you knew he didn't die. This moment is where you're like, yep, that one passed.
So, I mean, there are technicalities that he qualified on. He fought us in honorable combat. He didn't hide. He just came out and started fighting. But he's still a paid. Yeah, hang on. I gotta think about that one. Come back to me in a minute.
You don't have a minute. The soul is dissipating in front of you, Kara. What are you doing?
Dun dun dun.
Dun,
Oh, fuck
dun,
him. He
dun.
can go to Helheim.
Fair enough, dude. We take that. And that's for you, Sarah, if you want to peek in. Good evening, by the way.
No, wait, no, that's the wrong one. It's Niflheim. You can go to Niflheim.
Yes, I kind of knew
Right,
what you
yes.
meant, but yes, that is correct. The frozen wastes. All right. So at that point, the mask and the soul both definitely dissipate.
It's like, take me. Gives him the finger.
Yeah. All right. So, anything else you guys want to do in this room?
Nothing on the skeleton.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, there is nothing when you search it. Again, you would certainly believe that it is the frozen corpse of a wizard of some sort. Its body. All right. So here's the deal.
Is it Wonderland?
To you, actually, kind of. Give me. Give me either like a medicine or an investigation check. Your choice.
Well, that's gonna be obvious.
Ooh, okay. So that's fantastic. So, Pluzak, as you uncover this body with Kara and you start to kind of examine it, you notice that the body is mauled. There are plenty of marks from what looks like sharp utensils, claws, teeth. You can't quite tell, but definitely some sort of something like that. Give me a history check quick, and I would also tell you the kind of destruction on certain areas of the body actually seems like there are certain bones that are broken that are almost pulverized in a way that the rubble that it's buried under doesn't quite match up with. With that history check, I would tell you there's something that kind of tickles the back of your mind, like you've seen something that you feel like would match this, but you can't quite remember what. you as a player might remember, and if you do, then that's on you, and feel free to share it. But there is something you've seen that would fit the damage you see here, but Pluzak himself doesn't quite remember.
Oh,
The
like
damage
a
to the
mauling?
corpse.
Between the mauling, that looks like it's kind of from sharp objects, and also broken bones that seem to be kind of powderized without, like they're too much so for just the rubble that has kind of buried it. Broken bones from the rocks falling on them are one thing, but there's a couple, like the forearm of it in one place is literally shattered to the point of beyond what you would have expected from rocks based on that medicine check. There's
Okay.
more damage to the corpse than what would have happened from just like something collapsing on it. For
Wrote
sure.
it down. Good. I'm not turning to Kara and Mace. Do we wanna smash the armor and the swords and the crossbows?
Why?
Are those
They-
magical weapons?
Well, I mean, are those things gonna come back?
I
The bodies
Don't
disappeared
know.
entirely, right? They vanished into smoke and fire.
Yes,
Yep.
they did, and you know what? I'm going to have Pluzak and Mace. Please, both of you, give me an Arcana check. Okay, Pluzak, you don't know what by. It might be the tower, it might be something else. You would have believed them to have potentially been some sort of a magical summon by the way they disappeared. You don't, again, like it might be something that comes back because the tower still exists. It might have been a one-time thing. You don't know, but you are certain that it was because of some sort of a magical effect. Mace, you're not sure. You just knew they were constructs.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm, well, we're probably good then.
That's good. And Kara will keep looking out for the bird.
Alrighty. Speaking of, you guys agree it's probably been what, like, with the hammering, with the searching, 15, 20 minutes in here? Sound fair?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
So it was about like 30 minutes searching this tower, just so you guys have a rough idea. And we're going to put you back on Big Map. That's not Big Map. This is Big Map.
Oh my god, it's so big.
He's big. It's Big Map.
She never says that.
Jesus, dude. You okay? You need to talk about it?
What? No?
This is why I have mushrooms of all shapes and sizes.
Yeah.
I've stated my preference. I wanted to go towards either the
In
Taj
mushroom?
Mahal
Hold
or
on.
the
When
tower.
did Kara do that?
You want to go to this tower or
Ugh.
Taj Mahal?
Okay.
Either one of those, yeah.
I mean, that's on our way to Tower Orange to get, maybe the next clue to get to the center spire.
Right, if this
Um,
tower got a clue, it stands to reason that the other towers will have each one of the clues.
I mean, yeah, I guess
Yeah.
that makes some sense. Hey, question. The towers, when we were coming in, anyone remember, were they all different colors?
Yes.
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 How many?
Are they not now? One,
Like
two,
6, I
three,
think?
4, 5.
I see 7.
Huh. Do we remember how many steps there were in the thing that we have to do, by chance?
Nope.
I just know we have a
They didn't
ritual
tell
to
us.
follow.
Okay. Now, I'm just thinking, we got... I think there's something,
She pulls out Professor Scant. It's just like,
there's something about, like, 4s and 8s and shit here, right?
and Professor Scant just kind of replies,
Well, yes, there's kind of a religious notation to 4 and 8 in regards to Mistral. Why do you ask? She's like, we're looking for steps of a thing, and there's a whole bunch of towers. So I'm just wondering if it lines up with that at all. Maybe it's a thing. I don't know, just thinking out loud.
but otherwise, I would ask, I guess, Taj Mahal is the next stop?
Honestly, at some point we're
Oh.
gonna have to rest. I like the idea of visiting this thing because this would be a very defensible structure considering the thing at the top isn't attached.
I mean, but if it's not attached, do you know that you're going to be able to go to it?
Yeah, I could fly people to it.
Ah, okay. I see what you're saying. All right.
I think currently I have a lift carry capacity of. Hang on, I can do the math on this.
You could carry everyone. I believe we figured out earlier.
I would say disc
Um,
towers where I would go.
That's
You
what
wanna go to
I'm
disc
saying
tower?
as well.
Okay.
I can
I'm gonna
currently
let it.
lift
I'm
just
pretty
shy
much
of
just gonna let you
3,000
guys
pounds.
decide. I feel like it's one of those things. I have too much knowledge. So Leif and Valine are generally gonna follow you guys.
Yep, go there. Well, specifically, see if
Okay.
we can get into the top.
So it's like 50, 55 feet, something like that. So that's gonna be another 10 minutes. I think it was. Or 5 minutes. What's the? I gotta look it up. I think it's 5. Yeah, 5 minutes. Okay. So I'm taking about 5 minutes to get there. 5 more minutes. You know, I gotta keep track of some time for stuff.
Mhm.
To this one. All right. So as you guys approach, a tower more than 100 feet tall has a rotating glass chamber. Excuse me. Hovering above its ruined summit. Four pointed pillars clutch the chamber's walls, giving it an appearance of a colossal floating crown. So it's about 120 feet tall at a glance. And the chamber that you see that is floating is about 30 feet above the top of the tower.
I guess, is there any way to peer inside the tower? Is the tower hollow? Is there building inside?
Yeah, I mean
like, is it?
it's like a glass. Oh, so the tower itself has a doorway.
Hmm.
It's again, medium. Kara, you'd probably have trouble fitting. You can fly up to the roof, of course. The rest of the party would just again have stairs to climb. Um, is the party going to climb? Do you want to fly up? Just how are we viewing?
So the tower itself is sort of like hollow, like the other one. It's just like a
Yeah.
staircase.
It seems designed almost as if to get you up to the top where that little floating glass crown is essentially.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
if it's the easiest, I'd fly everyone up into the glass crown area.
Yeah, I mean you could definitely carry probably one in each hand at a time without too much issue. So you want to fly directly to the chamber, yeah?
I believe that is the best bet.
Okay. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I need to take a second. This was not one I had prepped the map on, so just give me 2 seconds, and I will put that together for you guys. Do. Any questions anyone have about the city? You guys can technically do searching for, anything along the way. Any interests?
I guess like that's a question I would have to you as a DM because we're going to be passing buildings, right? But
Mhm.
from us, like the things that we've labeled are the things that stick out to us, right?
Absolutely.
So how would we know if something catches our eye, right? Or something might stand out to us that we
So-
didn't label.
Absolutely. So I will tell you, you guys pretty much nailed almost everything that's labeled is worth visiting. If you are near something that seems worth visiting that you haven't labeled, I intend to basically tell you like, oh, as you leave this structure, you notice there's a tower across the way that seems pretty well put together compared to their buildings, right? Like I think even earlier tonight, I made a similar comment just about something that you had chosen. I think it was actually this disc tower. I told you it seemed more put together than some of the others. So essentially, I will try and guide you towards anything of importance that you don't have marked, but at the same time, the party has probably 80 to 90% of their marks spot on. So just keep visiting stuff, and it will feel you'll have a feel for what is important versus what's not, or at least
Okay.
that's my intention. Yeah, but it is a good question, absolutely. So let me save this as JPEG. All right, perfect. So now we go here. So you guys would climb the stairs, and much like before, you kind of come up on top of that staircase in front of you there, and you would see this chamber seems to have once served as an opulent and intimate meeting place for what you would guess to be, probably upper echelons. A lot of the furniture and the things that are in this room, despite being decrepit, just seem kind of as if they had probably been expensive to begin with. Lots of well carved desks and chairs and deteriorated furs and things that you would just presume to be of higher end comfort. But it is otherwise empty and trashed from the crash of the city. Pretty much lies in ruin.
Could we maybe So this place is like a watchtower of sorts?
No.
You might almost assume it's more like
Like a penthouse
High
sort of
soc-
yeah,
apartment kind of?
society.
penthouse, high society club. Yeah, Pluzak's kind of catching on. High society club, I think fits best.
Okay. I mean, trying to sift through the rubble, see if we find something.
Absolutely. Okay. Is it just Mace that's doing this? Anyone else? I think Leif would probably
Well-
join you at minimum.
I would have brought most of the group there so that they could get into it, and I guess I'd be kind of just either sitting on the top of the crown-ish structure or just nearby.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so if it's the three of you, we'll say Valine kind of sits out on the roof with you, Kara, just watching. And the three of you, just give me investigation rolls. Investigation call? I mean, you guys are going to find something anyway, considering both Pluzak and Leif did pretty good rolls. Perfect. Okay. So, Pluzak, as you search through some of the rubble, you would find what appears to be a miniature Netherius sky coach. You guys would have seen one in the caves, destroyed, kind of on its side, but intact enough to know what it is. And Professor Scant expressed to you what it was. But it is a miniature one inside of a glass bottle that actually has somehow managed to remain intact. You would believe that if you truly wanted to hold on to it, there's probably collectors out there that would pay a good 750 gold or so for it. And Leif would quickly find a wand, and he would hold it up in the air for the two of you to see, and just be like, "Hey, it's like the one that Pluzak uses to make webs, but it's made of that dark stuff that the dragon was made out of. I don't know. Do you guys want? You want this? Anyone want this?
Obsidian?
Nah,
Charlemagne.
yeah,
Charlemagne.
that stuff.
Yikes.
I don't think I want to touch. I mean, I have a bunch of that anyways.
All I know
have a-
is I'm holding it in my hand and I want to kill the fuck out of something right now. But that's not too much different than normal.
Hey, Valine. You want to hold this wand for a minute?
You actually gonna bring it to her? That's your call, Pluzak.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, so she's outside with Kara, so I'll let you approach that when you see her again. But otherwise, Leif would just bring you the wand and let you take it.
Okay.
So you would just have what appears to just be kind of a wand, like a spellcasting focus wand, just made of Charlemagne. As you grasp it in your hand, though, much to what Leif was saying, you kind of have an urge to just inflict harm on others. No roll needed to resist it, but it's just kind of in your head.
I don't think we want to keep that with us, to be honest.
Why? We bring it over to the dude to smash.
I suppose. Though we can probably take care of that later. For now, we can just probably place it on a bag of holding and forget about it.
Okay. Do we think anything else is up here?
By your investigation scores, you and Leif think you searched pretty good.
I wasn't sure if, like, you
I
just
think it's
did us and
fine.
then not Mace yet.
It's fine.
No. He just didn't roll high enough to notice anything
Okay.
you guys wouldn't have.
Uh,
Not
So
to say
this
anything
time
else.
with
Just
Taj Mahal.
yeah, I'm gonna take the mini sky coach in the glass bottle.
alrighty.
Ship in a bottle.
Yeah, so you can just ship in a bottle, 750 gold.
Yeah, and then we can head out of here, I guess.
All right, I'm behind you.
Okay.
And then
so
he also
do we
like
go
summons an
to...
echo, I guess, and is like, and also in front of you.
Great.
This I feel like I'm in one of your fantasies now.
Oh no, not with turtles. And he just like disappears the echo.
Okay,
So many questions.
ship in a bottle. There we go. Yeah.
All right.
Head
So,
out of here.
I have so many questions.
did you forget we had that on the
Yes, I did.
soundboard? Oh, there goes
Yes,
the dogs.
yes, I did.
Losing their minds. All right, so we'll go back to the city. So yeah, that's pretty much what you guys find for Disc Tower. Kara, I presume that you're just going to shuffle them all down.
Yep.
Oh man, dogs are really going. All right, so
Should we... So here's the thing. We know Oral is here.
I've been keeping a watch for her bird.
Yeah. My concern lies more in that nothing has happened since she got here.
That we know.
Which is...
Lots happened.
I mean, you've definitely seen, or you saw as you were walking in, that she had minions patrolling the city. You guys just haven't encountered them yet. It's only been about an hour, just to fill you in. You guys actually, after Kara flies everyone down, it'll have been about a second hour. But you've only been in the city for about that long.
Right. I guess nothing, devastatingly major, I should say. Considering, it's a quasi-goddess into the center area, which we cannot access for the sake of, a bunch of powerful rituals that should allow us access, and she's just sort of waltzed in, and nothing's happening. So that concerns me, at the very least. So my thought process is, do we want to try and just visit the towers first and then do like a, exploration tour bit? Or do we want to just, connect the dots between the towers, just sort of like to explore whatever's near them?
So you're basically saying go to Tower Orange next instead of here or here.
Well, I'm asking what people think. I'm just thinking of what I find alarming about the current situation. I don't know if anyone else shares that thought.
I was under the impression that after Oral got back into the big tower, the shield went up.
Yes. So essentially, what she did
I thought
is
she just went through the shield like it was nothing.
No, she,
sort
like,
of. She
smashed
pushed
through it.
her magic against it. It took quite a bit of time, but she did something that caused the force field to weaken enough that she herself jumped off her rock and floated to a balcony within the force field, and then it was able to come back up. So she essentially was able to partially disable it for herself, not long enough to get her troops in, but just herself. At that point, she basically has just been sitting on that balcony since you last looked. No one has really looked for her again. The rock itself has been patrolling. And her forces as well have been throughout the city.
Okay, so then maybe we're not that time. I say we could probably visit Taj Mahal since Kara wanted to do that, then go to Orange.
Yeah, I think we should take a look through things as we go to the towers, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we can't obviously go everywhere here. We're gonna have to skip something. I don't think we have the time that allows for that.
That's ultimately up to you guys. Again, you are on your so as everyone kind of as the last person is flown down from the top of this tower, it's been about 2 hours since you've started searching the city.
Yeah.
Then if that's a concern, I say we skip the Taj Mahal and we go straight to the Orange Tower then.
No, I mean, I think we have time to visit other places here in the city. I just don't think, you know, we have Tower A, B, C, D, right? And it goes all the way around the outskirts. I think we have time to visit all those things as well as visit everything else on the inside, right?
I don't know. I feel like the exterior towers, like the ones on the like A through
I
E
don't
and all
think those
those,
are meaningful.
I think those are mostly decorative or those are like apartments. I don't think we're gonna find anything important in those.
Yeah.
Well, reason why they're there, because one of them's gonna have something good. You've all been DMs. Come on, you know.
Look, if
Alright.
we're gonna go by that factor, we've lost so much stuff because we didn't
yeah.
pull out that paint scraper and like we want everything off the surface of this bitch.
I mean, yeah, we skipped like 90% of the cave that we were
Yeah.
just in.
No, no, 90. You guys skipped maybe like 30 at
20.
best. It really wasn't that bad. You missed the thing in the wall that you knew about. You missed the mirror room that you knew about. You missed the drow that
We
you
missed the
knew
area
about.
with the
And you
Durgar?
missed
Durgar?
maybe a couple of other like ancillary rooms. 30%. I think you were still pretty close. You did a good job.
Do I have to do a Pluzak measurement here? Like we go here, and then we go here, and then we go here, and then we go here.
If you want. I mean, it's ultimately you guys.
here.
So I guess we'll ask it this way, instead of making you decide that far out. Taj Mahal is pretty much going to be the next choice.
Probably a good bet. We don't know what's behind the main spire. Is there anything behind the main spire?
I
That we
don't
can't see?
believe so, but I will double check. Where's my map? Let's see.
The Washington Monument. I just noticed that.
Yeah.
You didn't zoom in hard enough.
There's nothing behind the tower visually that you would need to go to.
The
Everything
Clinton Memorial.
of
Okay.
importance is visualized on map. Yeah.
I didn't have it stay. Oh, oh well.
I mean, that's why I've been drawing the line every time we go to a place, just to denote
Yeah,
the path
usually
we're
I-
taking.
Okay.
Usually I have it
So,
on linger, but,
but again,
I don't-
Taj Mahal is certainly next.
Yes. I think
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Taj Mahal
So,
is-
Everyone, do you see where the Leif token is?
Yes.
Please move yourselves to the Leif token. Where's my Valine? Why is my Valine no longer here? Didn't I have one on map? Ah, here she is. Valine is with the group now. So, you guys begin to wander your way over towards the Taj Mahal. And as you do so, I need you to put yourselves on the lower left of this map. It doesn't matter whether it's the right
Or
or
the-
the bottom or the left side. That's your choice. I don't really care. But you guys
Where
need to start
sponsors
there.
are?
Your intention is to move towards the top of the map. Yeah, perfect. Thank you guys.
Should I ask for my skeletons on this map?
You probably. I mean, it's put it this way. Having. There's potentials at events. So we will see. Actually.
So I can just say, hey,
This
my
is supposed to be
skeletons are
here.
with me, and
Um,
if I want to use them, I can
Your
say
skeletons, I am going to
they're here.
put on the map. I just need to look up my skelly boys. Did I fix that? I did. Okay. We have like 6 of them. Do you remember? Wrong layer.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep.
Okay. Token layer. 1, 2,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
3.
6. Yeah.
4, 5. I will let you color them. I will assign them to you. Just give me a second. Controlled by. Alright, starting at the top left, you should be able to, oh, wrong one.
Yep.
Okay. You should have control of all of them. Feel free to color them as you will. And at this point, I guess initiative rolls probably makes the most sense just for keeping a relative order.
Hmm.
No.
Beat me up, Captain.
That is a fair call, yes. I'm going to go one this way, and then... Oops. One that way. There we go. Where is my... There it is. Okay. I need to still do a Leif initiative and a Valine initiative. Did the second one go? Yes, it did. Okay. Mace, you just rolled a second crit on initiative?
I believe I did. I didn't even
You
notice.
did, yeah. Finally, that fucking rapier of warning coming into play
I
on,
know.
on your initiative rolls. Leaf was the 10. Pluzak is a 14. Pluzak, you okay with 14? Not gonna bother you, buddy?
It's gonna bother me a lot.
Oh, God. Alright. And that makes Mace go first, once again. So,
Okay.
however you wish to move.
So the
Mace.
goal is to get to the top right?
Yeah, let me put you a nice little square of some sort. A rectangle. Yeah, anywhere up here is where you gotta go to get to the Taj Mahal. It's purple.
Okay.
Maybe I should have changed it so that it doesn't match the lines. Green. There you go.
Yeah. We're gonna start heading in this direction. So us to, avoid wide open spaces. Yeah. Right, dash. Yeah, I'll probably dash up to there.
Alright. Cool.
That'll be it.
Valine comes next. She will... Oh, did I not put Leif down? Or is it under Kara? No, I just didn't put Leif down.
I made sure that I wasn't on top of anybody yet.
I wasn't sure. Yet. Alright. Valine will try and keep up with you, Mace, with a dash. And she will chill there behind the building. Kara.
Am I taller than the buildings, or the buildings taller than me?
You're equivalent with the buildings. Some of them are taller, some of them are about your height. You can mostly tell what's coming for sure. Yeah, I mean,
will.
what are you trying to do?
I'll just stay a little lower than the building and just follow behind.
Alrighty. Pluzak. Everyone just kind of keeping going.
Yep.
Alright, Leif will catch up to the middle of the pack because he wants to potentially be up front. Actually, he'll stick with Mace, if anything. And at that point, it goes back to the top. Mace, go ahead.
Very deliberate steps not to make the ground shake.
You hear, Claw?
Yes.
Go ahead, your turn.
We haven't spotted anything, seen anyone, so I guess go up to there for now and see if there are any further developments.
Yeah, I mean, once you reach there, you look around and you don't really see much. You would notice...
What is this thing? This like toothy like.
Yeah, so you would
Like-
notice that is kind of somewhat of like a tower of some sort. It's kind of decrepit and deteriorating. The cracks on this side tell you, it's basically like a crumbling wall. The tower itself, though, is mostly still intact. It's standing, besides the crumbling bits. You can't really see inside it. You can go examine it if you want. Like, you can explore it, but for the most part, from where you are, it just looks like a deteriorating, maybe 3-story high tower.
Oh, still pretty big then. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you would kind of presume by the decrepit nature, you might not want to climb too high in it. Risk of it, shifting with different weights and things,
Mhm.
or crumbling. But it is still standing, kinda.
Okay.
At a
I'll do
minimum, you'd
another
think you could
dash.
go in the first floor pretty safely.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. But I'll do another dash up till here, and that'll be my turn.
Alrighty. Valine again. Catch up to the edge of the building. Kara.
Yep. I guess Kara would, just stand up on her tippy toes and peer over the edge of the building real quick to see if there's anything this way.
No, nothing really catches your eye. Nothing in the immediate vicinity. Yeah.
Then my full movement would get me to there.
Alright. No dashing like Mace?
Nope.
Alright.
I'm gonna use my action to reserve a reaction to throw a spear at anything that comes after anyone of our party.
Absolutely. Alright. Pluzak. Pluzak and his
Moving on
army
up.
of skilly boys. The Power Rangers.
Almost.
Alright.
That's it.
So Leif is just going to try and keep up with Mace for the most part, make sure that he can front line with him as need be. And then, yeah, that's fine. Mace, your turn again.
Okay. I'm going to walk up to the tower. I mean, I'm gonna just check it out, see if there's anything outstanding above it, about it.
Yeah. The tower itself doesn't seem too outstanding. You don't see any sort of glyphs or anything like what the one in the caves had, or the tower with the anvil. So nothing really screams to you like there's anything magical inherently about this tower. You would perhaps feel, maybe it's some sort of like a residence or something. The wall that you're at is kind of crumbling and cracked. There's maybe some rocks missing here and there, and you would hazard that if you were to like strike it with chance, you could break your way in without even his necessitating, or his nature that necessitates, more damage to the wall.
Yeah.
Even kicking it would maybe be enough to break your way in, sort of thing. Like it's a decrepit tower. It's fallen apart, but otherwise, it's just a tower. No real magical sense on anything.
Okay, well, and since I don't really see anything from here into the open area, I'll probably try to dash again. Well, this the 10 feet to like finish my first movement. And then I'd have another 30 feet. And see if I can just make that.
All right, awesome. Okay. Great. Have a good night, Sarah. You're about to miss some fun for sure, but sadly, I will let you know what happens.
Oh,
Spoilers.
Enjoy your night.
Later.
It's not spoilers at this point. Mace is triggered. Sorry. Valine though will move 15, 20, 35, 40. And then Kara.
Get up against the other building there.
All right. Pluzak.
doing it. Understand. 25. Okay. Hold on a second. That would be 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. I'm good.
I thought so. Okay. So once again, Leif will dash as well to catch up to you, Mace, just to make sure that it's not just you alone. And at this point, hey, remember that tower that you were chilling at? The
Great.
walls that you saw that were kind of crumbling, they suddenly seem to, I guess the best term would be explode outward as a large creature, similar to something you've seen before, bursts
Oh,
forth.
not this.
So at this point, it can sense some things within its range and is just going to move itself to here.
Stomach monster.
It might not look at Mace that is within 5 feet of you, just so you know, because it is a 15 on each square
Right, yeah.
or whatever. Just so you know, so you can attack it from there within 5 feet.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, as it approaches, it glares, and you would actually watch. I guess its head doesn't really have any eyes, but you could kind of see as it runs at the two of you. It turns, looks at Leif, like its shoulders kind of face Leif, and then it turns and its shoulders kind of face you, Mace. And you would kind of see the little mouth, not mouth, little, the giant mouth on its stomach just start salivating as it glances between the two of you. And I'm going to roll a d4, and I need you, Mace, to call evens or odds for me.
Ooh, okay. I'll do evens.
Okay, so it is going to try and attack you.
All
So
right.
this thing has a hammer in one hand that it kind of drops on the ground as it gets close to you. It's still within its reach for sure, and it just rests on the ground. That the hammer does, kind of like the long handle of it sticking upright and ready to be grabbed again. But the thing it does is essentially reaches out with first its right claw, and then as it lets go of the hammer, it reaches out with its left claw. So essentially, it's attacking you, once with each hand. It is going to
Ooh,
hit
okay.
you with one hand and not the other for a total of 12 slashing damage. As it does this, the hand kind of hits you with its claw, and it pulls you towards it. You're not going to move on map, but essentially what you can tell from this is its intention was to try and kind of bear hug you, pierce you with its claws and pull you close to it. Judging by
Okay.
the kind of salivating that this giant stomach on its mouth is, giant mouth on its stomach is doing, you would kind of tell its intention was to perhaps munch down. So just beware that it is attempting to do that, and that will be its turn for now. So just the 12 slashing damage, I should say.
Okay.
That is it for now. You would see as one of its hands kind of grabs up the hammer again, but for the most part, it is unable to do anything else. And it is your turn, Mace.
A question.
Potential
When
answer.
it popped out of the ground, where was its starting position?
The
Here.
tower.
Okay, that would have been out of my spear range anyway. Never mind.
Yeah, and I mean, if it's 2060, right? I was gonna say
Yeah.
You can't even really throw disadvantage here. I would have let you throw disadvantage if it had been closer, but the two of them moved farther.
That's
so.
why I asked where it started from
I will
because I'm
also
aware of the range of
specify
the weapon.
with your passive perception, though, Kara, you would kind of, I think, get a sense what it was looking at might not have been Mace and Leif, but rather their weapons. It doesn't have eyes, but you just feel that way. I mean, you have like a 22 or some ridiculous nature.
Yes.
We should know that.
So, give you some fun with that. Let you figure that out. Otherwise, though, like I said, Mace, your turn.
Okay.
I can probably cut to the live feed. Someone say something again.
No.
Wording.
You're good. I just realized I didn't mute my Discord over there. So, not the voices per se, but the actual app.
In that case, I think it hit me twice, you said?
It struck at you twice. It hit you once,
Ah,
and it was
okay.
trying to pull you towards its salivating jaws.
So it did manage to pull me.
No,
It
you didn't
just
necessarily
like...
move. It just gave you an insinuation that, had it struck with both of those claws, you probably would have gotten chomped.
Okay, gotcha. Hmm. Unusual. Okay. I suppose I'll just attempt to defend myself. uh, so yeah. Well, this thing is what,
Oh, I
like,
misread. Okay, no, you're
huge,
good.
large?
It is huge. Yes, it's the same size as Kara right now.
Wow, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna cast Hex on it, just regular Hex.
Okay, okay. Is that a saving throw, or is that just happen? I forget.
It just sort of happens.
Alrighty, totally fine. Just couldn't remember.
And I am going to choose probably dexterity
Okay.
as the stat that I'm penaltying.
Okay.
Did you actually make it strength?
Oh yeah, sure. I'll do strength then.
Penalize strength. Okay. And that gives
And
it
I'm
what
just gonna.
disadvantage on strength checks?
I believe so. Let me just.
Yeah, roll the spell. It's probably the best.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna try to keep it pinned with the fire rune and make it stay on the ground. And if it has disadvantage on strength checks and saving throws, I have a better chance of keeping it in place.
This is like the thing
Curse
we
on the
found at
creature,
the
you can see
entrance
there.
of the
Until it ends,
city,
you
right?
deal an extra
It is.
1d6 necrotic.
It is exactly.
Also,
So it's like
choose one
a
ability,
stone creature?
disadvantage on ability checks. Yep. It is not. It does not seem to be made of stone per se right now. It seems to have kind of a craggy, hard flesh, but it moves in a way that it's not. It definitely doesn't look the same as the statue that you saw in terms of the actual like fleshy components. It looks the same in terms of its build. It's identical. But it seems more fleshy and alive, whereas the other one was much more so a actual stone statue. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll just let me double check on something.
Mhm.
Alright.
Oh wait, hold on. Does it have? Oh, surprisingly no. Okay.
God, can't.
All right, while you do that, I'm actually gonna stand up.
Yeah, all good. Objects and structures, not constructs. Okay. Yeah, I'll just try and twice, I suppose. So I'll actually go around to get. Oh well, I wouldn't have any more movement, would I? Yeah. So that's twice then. Once. Hex, and then twice. Hex. And I'm probably gonna smite for that one.
It's usually a good one to smite on.
Yeah. First I need to celebrate. And then I will smite. Where is my smite? There it is. Pretty good smite.
Yeah, above average.
If this is, I mean, it wouldn't have mattered if this was a construct, anyways. I'm imagining they are something similar to the little dudes that we found inside the tower, except bigger. Yeah. I mean, that would be my turn. Otherwise, let's wait until he comes.
All right. Sorry about that. I see. Excuse me. I see big hits. 31 doesn't hit. 32 doesn't hit. So sorry, you're screwed. No.
yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, and you use your smite. Too bad.
Yeah.
All right. Excuse me. Let me take a second to factor all this together.
Where it says Wrath of God on that GIF, it should just say they touched the boats.
They touched the boats.
So, and then
Oh, my laundry. Yeah, okay, I gotta go flip my laundry. Back in a sec.
you're fine. 27 and another 10. Okay, yeah, definitely a very solid hit. But much like the mimics in Dark Souls, it just gives a very creepy laugh as it glares out at Chance.
Eesh. Gross. Oh,
I
it
figured,
better not be
I
trying
figured
to
you'd
eat
like
it.
that. Anyone who knows that laugh is just like, ugh.
Yeah.
All right. So, anything else, Mace? I don't think there is that you can do.
Nothing
but
I can do.
yeah. All right. Still a fantastic fucking hit, man. Valine, what will we do? 5, 10. She's gonna sneak up to like here. I think that's line of sight, right? Ooh, maybe not. No, not quite line of sight. So she will. Anything she can do to support Kara? Not really. Let me see. Is there a way that she could have gotten? She was here, I think. If she did this, can she? Yes. Okay. Now she has line of sight. Let's see. Chill touch probably makes the most sense still for her. Just as
I'm
a
back.
general cast, that will hit for a total of 4 whole necrotics. Good job, Valine. You did it.
We did it, Reddit.
Are you proud of her, Pluzak?
Nope, she rolled a 4.
Those are Pluzak numbers. What do you mean?
That's like 2 more than what I normally get.
Oh no. This health depreciation. It's too real.
We'll see. We'll
Alright,
see.
so Kara, it is your turn.
Okay. Get to about there. I said get to about. God damn it. I'm gonna go one short of that because I'm
Yeah.
not on my person.
You're good.
And how far am I? Well, it's disadvantage range, but I could throw the spear twice.
Alrighty, go for it. Disadvantage.
And if any of them hit, did that one
22?
hit?
Yeah, 22 hits.
Alright, I'm going to use the fire rune in conjunction with this. So there's
So roll me
the
damage.
attack
roll me
damage, and
fire
here
rune.
is the fire rune damage.
Okay,
Ignore the 5. The
so-
5 doesn't count towards that. So it should have
Damage.
disadvantage on the saving throw
Yeah,
because it
DC
was a strength
16.
base.
Okay. And it will pass still.
Bummer.
It was a good try though.
Still have damage, right?
It will still damage. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to take from the attack itself. 6, 23.
So, Kara, just so you know, the
Mm.
chains lash out at it, and it will kind of have its arm grabbed by them, its leg, kind of like Gates of Babylon from, Gilgamesh style. It
Okay.
tears away from the chains, and you would notice that the scorching marks that would have normally been left seem to not exist on its skin, almost as if fire doesn't affect it much.
Kara will call out it's immune to fire.
Luzak
And
instantly is sad.
I
Pluzak,
will,
takes and tucks a campfire back into his back, his pack somehow.
I will throw my second
A 14 will
disadvantage
not quite hit.
spear, and I'm assuming it's a miss, and that would be correct.
Yeah.
And
Opens my spell book, licks his thumb, turns the page. What are we gonna do?
Time to
Fine,
go
if
off of-
not fire, I'll just hit it with death.
goes to page 2 of the book.
Yeah, exactly.
Never been used.
I don't think I have a bonus action I want to use, but I will burn a reaction to give a bonus die to Mace because I feel like he might need it.
Alrighty,
Oh,
Mace. You
yeah, I
have
feel that too.
you have an unharrier die currently. So Pluzak, it is your turn.
All right. I am moving here.
Cool,
I
cool.
am going to cast Ray of Sickness.
Ooh. So what are we
If I
doing?
can find it again on my
I think that's a
sheet
DC
here.
for me, right?
Nope. It's
Oh, is
attack.
it not? It's an attack. Okay. Blast his ass.
Pretty sure.
That will certainly hit. Yes. Why does it say
That
DC 17
hits.
though? Is it got a DC component still?
Ray of Sickness. Make a ranged attack against target. On hit, takes 2d8 poison damage and must make a Constitution saving throw.
Both. Cool.
Un-
Okay.
Oh,
So
to resist the
it
poison
takes the 15 for sure. So we'll add that here. And then a Constitution DC 17. It will pass.
Okay. So nothing happens.
Yeah. Well, it still
Only
takes the
on
damage.
fail.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only
So-
on failure would it be poisoned.
Yeah. So you strike it with the beam, but it does not seem to have any sort of sickly aura hanging around it afterwards. Anything else? Skeleton boys.
Yeah. Skeleton team.
Gather them under Kara's legs and then have them fire fucking longbows, basically, or short bows or whatever.
Yeah, short bows.
Yep.
Within 80 feet.
I think it's all close
so-
enough. You should be good.
All
Yeah.
of them are good.
Roll
These
it
are
up.
all coming to you.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what's hitting.
We're
That will hit, and one minus that -1 will hit as well. Just so you
Okay.
know from rolls, so I don't have to
so
tell you
that's
on all of them.
damage.
Okay, so I will roll that into it.
That does not.
That will.
That does.
Okay,
Rough damage.
gotcha.
That's 1, 2, 3. That's 4.
Ooh,
There we go.
there you go. One of them
Mm.
crits, just so the party knows.
Yep.
You watch like an arrow hit this thing like in the mouth.
That's the extra
Which
damage
one of them?
die. I can tell you it is.
I think
Purple.
orange. Was it purple? Okay.
Which mouth?
Yeah, right. It's
Yeah.
one. Oh, he only has one mouth, and it's on his stomach.
Oh, I thought it had face mouth and then a stomach mouth.
Yeah, you're right. It's
No,
purple.
it has no face.
It has no face. It does have a head, but it doesn't seem to have any sort of facial structure on the head. It just kind of conglomerates down into its shoulders. It doesn't even have a neck.
It glorps.
Yeah. A roll for yellow as well, or no?
Yep, last guy. Wow.
Beautiful. Still hits. Fantastic. So you guys watch as the skeletons have, I think, 4 of them connect. One of which hits. 3 of them connect. One of which hits very solidly in the mouth.
4.
Awesome. Cool. So yeah. Anything else? Skeletons can't. Pluzak's done, right? So it's Leif's turn,
Yep.
I think. Okay. So Leif, he can only summon his echo within 15 feet. So can he do it here? Yes. So he will summon his echo to here, and then have it move for advantage with him here. And that will be this. Advantage, greatsword. Excuse me. Hits with the first. He'll re-roll that. 10 is still low for him, but at least it's better than the 8. And he'll do it again. For 13. Okay. Cool. So that is Leif's turn. Bonus action and actions. So now it's this thing's turn again. So it sees what's going on. It's going to bite out at you, Mace, and swing its hand. Actually, I need to look back. Hold on a sec. Yeah, Kara hit it with a spear. It's going to have some fun. So here's what it's going to do. mace.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. You're first. You will not quite be hit. So its mouth opens up, and so you guys are close enough. It's going to just try and chomp down on you, but you manage to kind of deflect it with your shield and dodge away. Kara, in your regard, it will hit you by taking after that and turning and throwing its hammer in your direction. Its hammer is going to hit you for 26.
Guys, it knows my move.
26 bludgeoning damage. Not only does it know your move, as soon as the hammer strikes you and then falls towards the ground, it doesn't even hit the ground before it suddenly disappears and reappears in the at the creature's feet, and it is able to kind of immediately grab it, ready to strike or throw again.
Oh, that bitch.
It truly
does
does
all
know
your
your
moves.
moves. So you got that to deal with, but it does put you back at the top of the turn order. So Mace, your turn.
Okay.
When Kara's like, "Motherfucker, this is what it's like."
In Celestial, there can only be one.
Suddenly, it's fucking Highlander. All right.
I don't suppose. No. Fine. Come over here. Yeah, I'm just gonna work it twice.
Oh, actually, I guess it
One.
doesn't disappear. It just floats back, same way yours does.
Hex damage.
Mm-hmm.
2.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if. Oh yeah,
Yep,
so
yep,
22
you're good.
different
Yeah.
hit. And then damage. And I'm not gonna smite, so yeah.
19. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Absolutely. Right. Valine will cast again. She will hit. Another 4. Okay.
Is Mace grabbed?
No.
No.
It bit at him and didn't quite land, so he's totally fine.
Oh, I was just trying to figure out why he's standing on the.
That is
Okay.
technically on the creature base, just so you know it would be here.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, again, 15 feet, so it looks weird with the portrait being as it has no background.
Yeah, because the creature's like a little off the left of
Yes.
its usual
It's
portrait.
not centered in
It's
its
the
own
hammer.
square. Yeah, because
Yeah.
the hammer, it is still technically a size huge, so it takes the 15 by 15. So,
Uh-huh.
Kara.
Oh, I'm up, am I? I will put the spear into its little sheath, and I'm gonna draw one of my my axes,
Okay.
and I'm gonna run right at it,
Alrighty.
and I'm gonna hit him with Hugin.
Go for it. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think I might have had advantage, but you know what? We're gonna.
You can roll the
Run with
advantage if
that
you want to see if
anyway.
you crit. You definitely hit for damage at minimum. Yeah.
Okay. So it's gonna take
14. No, sorry.
3,
15. Jesus Christ.
16 damage,
16? 16. Wow, I'm slow tonight. Alright, yeah, absolutely.
and bonus action. I'll Giant's Might again,
Okay.
and
Well, sorry. Hold on. Giant's Might again?
yeah, as an activate the ability.
Oh, you hadn't this
I-
fight. You're right. I'm sorry. You're totally spot on. I just totally forgot.
I try to play honest, man. I try
Nah,
to play
you're good.
honest.
You're good. Thank you.
And but did I hit disadvantage by accident? No, I did hit advantage. Okay,
You're
that's-
good. You're good. It's 26. You're good.
And this is gonna have the Giant's Might attached to it,
15.
and I rolled higher with the other attack.
That's alright. Yeah, so you definitely hit it 2 solid strikes. So with Hugin, which effect is that? Is it for the crits or the... other one?
That is the vicious one. So if I crit, it
Crit.
just gets a +7 to
Yeah,
the
no,
damage.
totally fine. Just wanted to make sure I didn't have to worry about a counter.
Yep.
You're good.
And I'm going to action surge
Ah, okay.
and do that twice more.
Mm-hmm.
I need to turn off Giant's Might first. Okay,
No, you
that
don't.
is
Oh,
off.
yeah, you do. You're right. Sorry. Effect is only once per turn. Took me a sec.
And hit
Mm-hmm.
for 19.
Damn, good hit. Good hit.
Does a 19 hit it?
19 hits it, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And 14 damage.
And one more.
That was it.
Oh, that was it. I'm sorry. The 19.
Well,
Oh,
hang on,
you
let me
said
double
19
check.
and then you rolled the 19. I missed the 19 damage. You're good. Gotcha. Okay. It's looking pretty like maybe the last quarter, fifth, somewhere around there. Definitely hurting.
That's good. Now, if I was hitting that thing with Munin, it would be cut the fuck up right now, but
That's okay.
Munin is actually my weakest weapon.
And you were going for crit, which I think is, probably smart with advantages. So, in that case, Pluzak.
Well, since bonfire's not going to do anything, Toll the Dead.
Absolutely. Go for it. It's bonfire's not going to do anything. DC 17 Wisdom. Which,
At least you didn't waste the
That's
attack learning it doesn't have
under
fire.
a 10 total. So, yes, 11 more necrotic. Flurry of arrows?
Yep.
Okay.
All
Go
right.
for it.
There we go.
+2,
Nope.
by the way, on the hit from Kara being in the way. But you're
Yep.
still good on that one? Okay.
So that much damage.
Absolutely.
Nope. Definitely not.
Nope.
And nope.
Skeletons were a little blocked by Kara this round. Kara, nothing seems to hurt you. It's just like pinpricks as arrows just bounce off the back of your armor, and you realize, oh, I'm kind of blocking line of sight, huh?
I'm not used to this.
the growing pains of being sized giant. Oh, God. All right. Anything else, Pluzak? I think that's it, right?
Nope.
All right. So Leif is going to go. We'll see what he can do.
In the back of my
swinging
God, hiring a masseuse is
swinging.
gonna suck.
All right.
Wow.
So he'll hit this, and then it's 1, 2 for the not +6. So it's only 3 sadly on the second one, but he also gets an extra D6 from his class ability. Man, I am not rolling good for Leif. Well, 10. I can at least do. He would have probably redone the 10, I imagine. Jesus. Okay, I'm not rolling good for Leif. Sorry, guys.
That's all right.
Look. There had to come
Alright.
a point in time where Leif's rolls were bad, but it couldn't be while Blake was in control of Leif.
Right, that's fair. All right, so it was. He only gets 10 for the first because they rerolled the 10. 21, 31. Okay, that puts that about here. Okay. He still chunks it decently down to, like, seems to be pretty hurt, like close to death, but is not enough to kill it outright. And it is, again, this thing's go. Let's see. How does it want to do this? It will swing its sledgehammer at Mace, and then bite out at Kara. The sledgehammer will not hit. The bite will.
Alright.
Kara, you will take 21 slashing damage for the bite, apparently.
Yikes.
A bite is slashing.
Yeah, I
Interesting.
know that's a little weird, but it is what it says. So, but that is all it's able to do on this turn. It can't really escape much. So at this point, it is Mace's turn. You gonna try and finish it off there, Claw? Did we lose you, Claw?
No. I'm just opening the sheet itself.
Gotcha.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just.
Mm-hmm.
I do have
Alright.
advantage, so just in case.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, whatever.
No, the 23
then
with the
second
18.
attack. Well,
Let me
first
put
and
that
hack.
in, because that should be... The first hit should have been enough to
Oh, cool.
kill it. Yes, perfect. So at that point, it does fall over. As it falls to the ground, you would watch as its flesh rapidly begins to turn into stone. Um, it just
Oh,
ends up laying there as lifeless stone, much like the statue you initially saw, except for the hammer that it is carrying.
okay. At this point, it's considered an object, right?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to shatter it.
Go for it. Hit it with chance for me. Double damage. Second hit
That
is
should...
the 31 I'm assuming. Alright, so 17
Yeah.
times 2, 32 damage. You definitely put a bunch of cracks into it. Doesn't quite shatter yet, but it is falling apart, or starting to.
Good enough. So I guess it's safe to say that these creatures are constructs of some description.
All right, but it begs the question: what killed the first one? Can we assume it was Oral, or do we want to
Yeah.
believe that there's someone else here?
Well, we know
No.
she has forces around the city. I have to imagine that they're capable enough to do something like that.
Hey,
100%.
question. Weren't we told by that dryad woman that the drow kept coming to the city, or they did at least once or twice? Maybe they did it. I mean, drow are pretty. I mean, they're not anything to fuck with. You don't like them? What, you think they're weak?
I'll look at Leif, and I'll say, "Would you fuck with Drow?"
Leif taps his chin and he's like, I mean, they were kind of hot, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. If it was like a woman one.
He's like, I mean, if they're still breathing.
No, I mean that doesn't matter. Well,
Eyebrow raised.
That's not fair to that's not fair to Blake. Ignore that comment.
Wait a minute.
It was
Wait a
funny,
minute.
but I don't think that should
You
be canon
start
for
hearing
Leif.
the
I
the
just look at
shivering
my
of the skeletons.
that are
Yeah.
headless and not breathing.
Yeah, exactly. You guys don't know what he does
It's
at
okay.
night.
I won't let him touch you.
Um,
God.
if possible, I want to take the hammer this thing was whipping around.
Yeah, I
Oh,
mean, I
you're
guess
right.
you technically can.
'Cause
I'm
it's
gonna
your
be
size now.
honest, it's just gonna be like a great hammer for you with your bonus, just because
Okay.
how or not is it great hammer? What's the two-handed hammer? Is there one?
Warhammer?
I believe it is a great
Warhammer?
hammer. I don't think
Great
it's a
hammer
warhammer.
or warhammer, whatever the two-handed one is.
Warhammer Singer.
It would be that for you, a standard weapon with your current size bonuses, just for keeping game damages balanced.
Aye, sir.
But yeah, absolutely.
Be useful for breaking into areas.
That
instead
is
of trying
true,
to-
and I will tell you, it definitely has the same thing as chance, where it's like double damage to structures.
Yeah,
for
no,
sure.
that's the only reason I want that thing
Absolutely.
for potentially breaking walls.
Totally sounds good. Just trying to make sure the game still functions. But yeah,
I'm not looking to step on toes here.
nah, you good, man. All right, so you've got
I would
yourself
tell
a
the
cool hammer.
party that now that we killed this, it senses magic, guys. That's what it goes after and tries to eat. Remember when we saw the
Oh, that's why it seemed to get hard when I pulled my sword out. Like, not like I could tell, but like sometimes you know.
Well, it got pretty hard. Killed it.
Hey-oh! And like Leif and his echo both walk to other sides of you, looking to high-five you.
I will high five them at the same time.
As you do, the echo will then kind of dissipate because we are out of combat at this point, and
Right,
it will
yeah.
kind of vanish. But
I was gonna throw the
Okay.
Chardolin wand into its mouth, but
I don't know that we want to feed it magic.
why not? It would have exploded in his mouth, right? When we broke Chardolin crystal before, it was like a little mini bomb.
That's partially true.
Like it would be eating a firecracker.
so by the by, in the chat,
Oh, damn.
Damn.
Just
hey,
for
man,
one of those
excellent.
things?
those things can hit hard. It's just you guys had
I
a lot
mean-
more action economy than it did.
Yeah, you guys like pulled all
Especially
your
with
punches
your
on it.
early crit. Like that took I think almost a fifth of its health or a quarter, something close. So
Nice.
Rick, I'm just gonna give myself a maul because I think that's the closest thing to a two-handed hammer that D&D Beyond has.
Totally
Is that
fine.
okay?
Yeah, we'll just
Okay.
roll it as two-handed every time if it's versatile or something. So
No, it basically functions the same as a greatsword.
perfect.
In the descriptions it says two-handed. So
Gotcha. That's exactly what I was looking for. Absolutely. Awesome. Because if you look at that thing's picture, it's got a really long end. It's just the creature itself can use it with one. So
Safe to assume that there's gonna be more of these things around. So
manage
that was a
experience.
fair assumption.
problem is we can't really conceal our magic items, and if these things they just pop out of buildings and other structures, we're just gonna have to deal with them as they come.
I'm just letting you know, in case you want to get away from it or something, right? You maybe toss a magic item at it.
Oh yeah, actually, that's kind of a good point. Like toss one on the ground in a different direction and see if it just goes to get it or something.
Do you think
Yeah.
magic items grow on trees?
No, but you guys have a whole fuck ton of them apparently.
Stares at Kara in like jealousy.
I
Yeah,
have
she
a
just
brother to
radiates
be.
magic.
Yeah, exactly.
I looked at you with my magic eyes. I know you're fucking made of magic, bitch.
Kara's just looking down at her and just like, 1, I never denied that. 2, I have things I can spare. 3, don't assume anything else.
4,
Nar-
she's the only one that
narrows
can
her
actually
one
save your
visible
soul from
eye.
Pluzak.
Yes, pick a fight with the woman that can throw you off the city.
Nope. Need her,
Runs
need
and
her
hides
body.
behind Pluzak like,
At least he'll keep
Need
me
her body.
safe, or my soul, or something.
Need her body.
Pluzak's standing there kind of like in a defensive pose. Like,
Blue's like, I want to be a real girl.
I never said I'd kill her.
Ooh.
No, but if you throw her off the city, then I can't get her soul because I won't be able to find her.
Yeah, what he said. What the fuck am I agreeing to?
Look,
Your safety.
you decided to
my
just
soul safety apparently.
Soul
look.
security.
Humor is still something I'm working on, but you decided to poke me with a jest, and I poked harder back, I guess.
Oh god.
All right, to Taj Mahal.
The Taj Mahal. At this
It's Taj
point,
Mahal.
combat has ended, so we will go back to the Necropolis for a sec to look ourselves at the Taj Mahal. You guys are, about halfway.
If
Um,
I am unable to fit into the building, I would like to take a short rest outside of it.
Okay. The entrance would certainly be tough for you to fit into, short of being size large. So yes, you can manage to try and take a short rest outside. Hold on a second though. So 10, 25, 30, and what's the distance here? 25-ish of the 55, 30, 100 feet, 5, 2.5. Okay. Okay. So I don't know if a full hour will pass in there. I will let you know if an hour does pass, you will have achieved your short rest, Kara. If the rest of the party kind of pops out before that, then maybe not quite. I'll let you know.
Okay. So for better conversation, I am just waiting there.
Totally fair. The rest of the party, Leif will pop to the door. Valine, I guess I'll wait with you, Kara. She's still a little bit, worried about dying, considering. So she's just gonna chill.
Look,
in
I'm
the
not
safer
gonna
area.
throw you. I said that as a joke.
No, my point is I'm staying with you because I don't want to go in whatever the fuck this is and die. So just protect me, please.
But otherwise,
Mhm.
Leif's going in. Who else is going in?
The building. Yeah, I'll go in.
All right, Mace is going in. Leif's going in. Pluzak, you going in?
Fuck yeah.
All right. So Pluzak, Leif, and Mace, you will be the ones to put yourself on the map if there's a map. But we need to actually check some shit first. So this one is. Go down here. One sec. EU, I believe. Yes. Okay. So as you guys approach this building, A palatal hexagon building. Palatial? I'm gonna put this word in chat because honestly I don't know what it is on top of my head, and I will look it up in a second. But tell me if I'm pronouncing it wrong. That.
Palatial.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
thought.
palatial.
Hexagonal building rises before you, crowned with a glittering domed roof. A double door on one side stands slightly ajar. And if you choose to go in, as 3 of you have said you plan to, you would find there is nothing immediately within your area, but as I move you to this map, essentially, there is a whole bunch of art and statues that have fallen from their plinths and lie broken in shards across the floor. Essentially, centuries of exposure seem to have ruined most of the art and the paintings that hung on the walls in elaborate frames. However, so please post yourselves, the 3 of you, on the southern side.
On what side?
Just in the south, there's 2 doors down here. I think you
South,
should be able to
okay.
see.
Okay.
Yeah. As you do that, I need to do something. Un momento. Trying to grab everything. I still don't have a keyboard. As you enter the building, put yourself in the square if you could. You will see 6 creatures similar to the ones that you saw in the caves, with the singular eyes and the spiky appearance, turn towards you. And I need the 3 of you to roll initiative. So let me pop Leaf down there as well.
Okay.
Leaf's on the wrong layer. Okay. Right.
Oh, it was on a 4. Well, I'm still last. Good.
Let me get out of this.
Oh
I
my
cannot
God,
believe-
Mace.
Dude!
You have inherited the luck of life.
Well, I
Carry
mean,
forth and sally
technically,
on.
he is rolling
It's
all
just
of those at advantage, but still,
Yeah.
that's 3 advantage initiatives rolls that he's gotten the crit on. That's fucking crazy. Alright, so I need to... yeah, we'll do it this way. Okay. Put this like this. This is another 40. Leif was it 14? 14. Pluzak was the 11.
Leif, quick, talk to them. Tell them we met their friends.
Oh,
To living
okay.
the good life.
Is Pluzak saying that out loud?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. All right. I guess I will have Leif roll. Leif's gonna roll 1 more dexterity, or 1 more initiative check, actually. Yeah, no, he's not fast enough to move before these creatures, so they will get a turn before he can talk to them telepathically. Mace, however, you are first. It's a big surprise.
Right, yeah.
Speedy Gonzalez over here.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I will Do I first hear Pluzak say that he wants to try to communicate with him?
Yeah, I mean, it's a free action to talk, so I guess you would hear him tell Leif to do that for sure.
Okay. So in that case, I'll just hold an action to, smack any of these creatures if they come within 5 feet of me and I sense hostile intent.
Hey, quick question for you,
But
Paul.
yeah, that'll be it.
Just so I know, what's your HP at currently?
The token is wrong.
Yeah, that's why I was confused. I just wasn't sure.
Yeah, my HP should be currently at around 76, I think.
Okay, cool. I just wasn't sure how hurt you were because I saw it at max and I was like, huh?
Yeah,
Alright.
every time you replace the token, it sort of resets to its default
Totally
state.
cool. Not a problem. Just, again, confused me. Alright, so you're going to hold an action, you said?
Yeah.
So, That's fine. All right. So, yeah, define the parameter one more time for me.
If it gets within 5 feet and I sense hostile intent.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So definitely be prepared, because after that it is these things who will go. They are capable of going that. So, okay. So they're all going to start to swarm you. Mace, two of them will move close enough if you want to attack. Just
Yeah.
let me know which one you are striking.
Whichever comes first.
Yeah, so I think the one that was closer first was this one, the top of the two.
Okay. Just attack that one.
Hmm.
Oh, gross.
Does not hit for sure. I'm not
Yeah.
going to penalize you too hard, but you definitely are missing that one.
That's all right.
So the two of them that come close to you can still strike.
They are attacking now.
They're going to start to attack. Yes. One. So, let me see. The two near Mace are going to attempt to strike at him twice each. The first will not quite hit. You're gonna Halo Spores the one next to you, I assume?
Yep.
I presume? Okay. Second one will also not quite hit. The one next to Pluzak needs to do a con save. It will fail the con save, so go ahead and give me that damage.
Yeah. Who's this guy?
Damn. So the one that is to your left definitely hacks up a lung as it inhales your spores. It will try and swing out at you, though, in response. So let's see. It will not quite strike you. These things are definitely low rolling. Then one of the ones to the north will attempt something on Leif. He needs to do a con save. He's strong at these. Wasn't supposed to be advantage, but a 26 is pretty fucking strong, so it will not work. And at that point, it is everything they can do. It is Leif's turn himself. So he's going to turn to the one next to you, Pluzak, and just start trying to carve away at it. Great sword.
He's not talking.
At this point, they're attacking. I think he's just going to fight. It's Leif,
Okay.
right? FFF.
It's our motto. Kill everything.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to talk to him again and ask, like, hey, seriously, I want you to talk, I think I'll have him talk to them. But I do feel like his first response at this point with them attacking you guys would be to carve in. So he's going to do 14 damage to the one next to you guys. Otherwise, that is his turn. Pluzak, you're up.
Roll the dead on the guy next to me.
All right, go for it. Is that considered a ranged spell attack?
Because it's a spell save.
Ah, then yeah, good fucking call. It's a wisdom save? Yeah, it is. That's a 14, so no.
So they take a whopping
5
5.
damage. Fuck yeah.
Which is...
I will tell you, though, that is enough to put it to bloodied. So at this point, it is, under half.
Nice.
I guess Kara... Pluzak, anything you want to do? Movement or
I guess
anything?
I'll stay here so that mace doesn't get flanked. Yeah, I'll stay here.
All right. Kara is... I would say that you definitely hear, the fighting to a degree with your passive.
Oh, Leif would have yelled out soup is bad.
That's true. That is actually really fair. So you would probably heard Leif scream soup is bad. Anything you want to attempt to do, again, it's double doors. They're like 5 feet each. You could probably peek through. I don't know that you can necessarily do much. I guess you could maybe attack the ones that are close to the door, but
I mean, I picked up that siege hammer.
try and break the doors open.
Might as well try to bust a wall in and see if I can't do anything. I don't know what the height is in there, but if I make an opening high enough up, I can at least attack in with a bow or something.
Yeah, so we'll say you start to destroy the doors. Just give me a damage roll.
Gonna what's What's the plus in that? All right, I'm gonna use my unarmed strike for the roll because that's the same that I get off the maul, and that's a nat one.
Yeah, so your first hit on the wall
What
doesn't
is
seem solid
happening?
enough to necessarily do much. You guys went from
And
decent rolls to dead
second
rolls.
attack.
Yep, so okay, you'll hit the wall. Let's see how much damage you manage.
All right, that's 2d6 plus 6. 6 plus 6, right? Yep. Okay. Fucking forgot to put the R in front of that.
Oops,
God
still
damn it.
didn't work. There it is.
There we go.
13, so 26 damage total. That would be enough that I think you can kind of widen the doors a little. It's probably still not high enough for you to necessarily walk through, but this whole corner here is, destroyed. I'm going to make that cleaner, but still, that should be, a rough idea of. You've got that 15 feet wide, so you can go in that way. You just need to kind of maybe make it taller, and you should be fine.
That's me for this turn. Actually, what else can I do? I can still do a bonus action. What do I need to do here? What do I have? On a scale of 1 to 10, what would we call the situation the party is currently in from the other party members? 1 being we can handle this, 10 being fuck me, fuck my life.
I
4?
mean,
Okay, I will not Misty step into the building.
Yeah, no real need for that, I don't think.
I mean, we can move out of the way now that we know that you're attacking, so that you could.
I used both of my
Yeah,
attacks to
sure.
try to break into the building, so I can't even get in there in this round anyway. So
Yeah.
regardless, Valine will, unless you want to move it anywhere, Kara.
I guess at this point, Kara would be outside the building here trying to break in.
Mm-hmm. Size you up to that. I agree. Valine I was about to put her on map as well. She would be right next to you essentially, and she's going to cast at the creature that you just unveiled on the left side there. Chill touch of 14 will not quite hit. At that point, it goes back to the top, so mace.
Roll an initiative.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm at a 12.
Hey, Valine. She's technically higher than mace.
I know.
But it's still your turn, Mace, so go ahead.
This is Prior Lady. Okay, yeah, I mean, I'll just whack the same one I tried to whack before. Leif tried to talk, right? And nothing happened?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, so...
Well, actually, no, sorry. He didn't try and talk. He attacked, because it's Leif. He saw them get
okay.
violent, and he got violent. That will hit. Remind me, is it the top one that you're attacking?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, cool. So the 19 and the 18 both hit. 20 and 20, okay. Absolutely. You're leaving it very, very beat up, but not dead.
Yeah, not dead yet. Okay, yeah, that'll be it.
All right. That is their turn now. So, these three are going to start swarming all of you, and they're all going to start swinging life away. 2 on Leif. He will be hit by 1. Right. And then 2, 3, 4. That on Klon, that on Pluzak. Okay. Yeah, okay, hold on. You're 21 or 22 AC Claw?
22.
So as the 3 around you swing, 1 of them will hit you. It is a total of 7 slashing damage.
Okay.
And then for Leif... Or sorry, Leif already did Pluzak. Pluzak, 1, 2, and then You're gonna get hit by 3 separate claws. For yeah, for some reason I rolled really high against you. 9, 9, and 5 slashing. So 18, 23.
I'm going to protect him with the Metallic Dragon Gift.
Mm-hmm.
He will
Yeah,
have
so roll that
an
AC.
additional AC equal to 4, so +4 to AC. I don't
So
know
that's
if
a
that matters.
23, 24, Pluzak?
21.
If you
I'm
add
giving you
if you
+4
add
to
4
AC.
to your AC. I thought you had
Yeah. 17.
because you don't have your shield out. Okay. 21 still gets no, meets beats. Yeah, still gets hit. So yeah, you still take all that. But that's all they
Okay.
do for this turn. And Leif's turn. Oh, go ahead.
Can you have the one next to me take a
Absolutely.
roll?
That's going to be a con save.
Yep.
That it will fail. Another 6. Let's go, baby.
Thanks a lot.
Ooh. You got to balance out. Now you're perfectly average.
Yeah, yeah, I'm average. Awesome.
All right, Leif's turn. So let's see. He's going to look at the weak one near him, which is the one next to you, Pluzak. And try and kill it. Took that. He took that. Yeah, that's the right one. Okay. So Leif. Oof. Misses the first strike. Certainly hits the second. Just to make sure, it will take 16. That is enough to kill it. Am I thinking the right one? Hold on. No, that was the wrong one. Hold on a sec. This one's still alive. Not quite enough to kill it, but it is on its last legs. The one next to you. That's Leif. Kara.
I will take another swing at the building.
All right, making a big hole. Go for it.
Yep.
Short of fail, you'll be fine. Okay, give me some damage.
So that'll be a 20.
Yeah, so at this point, I would say you're high. You've destroyed enough upward as well that everywhere that's within green line you can see through and attack through.
Cool. I'm gonna golf swing the creature closest to Pluzak.
Absolutely. 21 will hit.
No, don't open that up. Fuck you, Windows.
I'm gonna tell you, regardless, you are high enough to kill it.
Oh, I'm not
right on
getting
that.
my actual bonus damages because I don't have that attack program.
No, you're good.
Fuck.
That's true, but also it doesn't matter. You are still doing more than enough damage to kill that one outright there. So.
Okay. I'm gonna program them all into my sheet in the meantime.
Mhm.
That's 2 attacks, and that's me.
Yep. All right. Pluzak.
The one northwest of me
Mhm.
hasn't been attacked yet, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna move here, move here,
Yeah, let me put that out of the way.
and because Pluzak's a weird guy, he's gonna attack
Punch
it
the fuck out of him.
with a punch.
Fuck yes. Let's go, Pluzak. Advantage
Oh,
rolls.
yay.
Ninja Turtle powers. Let's do it.
I don't know how to roll advantage here like this. So
Pluzak doesn't know how to roll advantage with his fists. 13 will
Oh
not
my
quite.
God.
But give me the 13 will not quite. Oh no.
If you're rolling from D&D Beyond, I believe you have to right-click the plus modifier to your attack.
Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah.
The fuck is
Um,
super advantage?
What?
I don't know. Yeah, I saw that too.
There's a super advantage?
There is, and a super disadvantage.
I don't see that.
Right-click an attack plus number on D&D Beyond.
Yeah, I only see advantage, flat, disadvantage, and roll 1d20 plus 6. Weird.
No, it
Weird.
didn't roll super advantage. Oh, you have to click roll here. Yeah, 3 dice. Interesting.
Oh, interesting. That's a new thing. It rolled a 0 somehow.
It's like
I see
screw you.
15, 16, and none. So I'm going to take the
And a 1.
15 plus 6. The 15 plus 6 will be enough to hit.
No, I mean I can't. I don't have any more attacks. I only have 1 attack. I was just
Did you
seeing
not
what
do?
super
Well, no. So it
advantage
was only the 9 and a 15, right? You would have. You still would have hit. 13 and 13 for the first advantage attack, and then a 9 and a 15.
He was
I
saying he
don't-
only gets one
I
attack.
only get 1 attack.
He's not a martial class.
Oh,
He doesn't get 2 attacks per
I
action.
see. Maybe. Understood. Disappointing. All right. In that case, it is back to the top of the turn order, I believe, at Valine. Valine will cast for this one, which has been hurt, with Chill Touch. 22 will hit. 6 will actually, I think, kill it. Yep. So that one will also kaput. And at that point, Mace's turn.
Okay. Top right one is dead, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So I'll just attack the right one then. Oh,
I don't see a number.
you don't?
Nope.
Nah,
Nope.
give it a sec. Might take a minute. Sometimes that happens. What did you roll?
16 and 13.
There it is. Okay. 16 will hit, the 13 will not. So
Mm-hmm.
the one to your right will at least take the 17. Okay. Okay. So that's good. Anything else?
No, I'll stay where I am.
Alrighty. In that case, it is their turn again. This one's going to attempt to flank Pluzak. Leif will take an opportunity attack at it.
The one that tries to flank me, spores.
Yeah, it's not going to be able to anyway, due to Leif hitting it with the opportunity.
Oh.
So, Great Sword. 11. Okay, so it's unable to move. It stays there. That means it'll take its turn from there, so it will attack Leif back. 1, 2. It will hit him with 1 claw attack for 7 damage. Uh-oh. Some wild dogs running down the stairs. Alright, then the next one goes. It will also attack Leif with advantage on this one. First one will hit. Second one will not. For 9 more damage on Leif. And oops. Then the other one will attack Leif, also with advantage. Will hit the first one. Will not hit the second one. 7 damage on Leif. So he's looking pretty kind of beat up at this point, just so you guys are aware. And Mace, one of them will try and attack you. One of them will hit you, the other claw will not. For 5 damage on you, Mace.
Okay.
That will be all of them. And it is Leif's turn. Leif will summon an echo at this point on the other side of the north one, and then swing one himself at the one between him and Pluzak, and then one at the north one with his echo, both of which will be at advantage. So Greatsword on the one between him and Pluzak does not quite hit. Greatsword on the one to the north will. 13, he'll re-roll 13. That's this guy. That's Leif's turn. Kara.
Is there a means for me to get in there and get over people, or am I limited to just that door
I
frame?
wouldn't say over people. You can, if Mace somehow moved, you could probably step into that space as long as you had the full clarity of the 3 squares. But
Okay.
as it stands currently, your best bet is maybe like to throw your spear at anything that
Alright,
doesn't have
so
door.
I don't have the reach to hit
You have
things
line
then.
of sight. You don't really have space to move in.
Okay. Do I have the means to hit it 10 feet aside from throwing a spear, or no?
I don't think you have anything reach, right?
No, let me look through my equipment. You are correct. Alright, so I'll just have to throw a spear.
Or throw your axes or whatever. But yeah.
Yeah. Throw number 1.
Will hit. Yes. Which one are you hitting?
I'm gonna go for the one to the right of Leif. The closest one. The closer Leif.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay.
And that's gonna be 19.
Mm-hmm.
And that's gonna be 23.
Cool. Yeah. Big hits. It's left pretty bloodied, but not dead.
And I will burn a 2nd level spell slot to put a healing spirit underneath Leif, because you said he was looking pretty ragged, right?
Yes. He's getting pretty low.
Now is this Leif or Shadow Leif?
It is Leif.
Okay.
Sorry, I will mark. Shadow Leif is the one to the north. The blue dot.
Okay, so
and Leif
healing spirit
himself
is under.
He's bloodied for sure. Yeah, he's a little under half.
Alright, so do that,
And on his
and on
turn, he
his
will
turn
get...
I will roll.
Okay, cool. He's right before you, so you're gonna have to wait.
He's gonna get 6 hit points on his next turn.
Yeah, cool. Okay. Pluzak then.
This northern one is the most bloodied, I'm assuming.
It is not the most bloodied anymore. The one on the other side of Leif from you is the most bloodied, but the northern one is hurt.
Okay, so I'm gonna attack the northern one
Mm-hmm.
with
Wisdom save.
Built touch, nope, attack.
Okay.
There we go.
Definitely hits. How did you do 0 damage?
I don't know. It's 8. It's 5 and 3.
5 and 3. It came across as none and 3, so 8 total. Absolutely. Definitely hurts it, and it cannot regain hit points if it had the potential to. Anything else, Pluzak?
No, there's a wall to my south. Yeah, because you moved that guy over. Yeah, I'm gonna stay there.
Alrighty. In that case, it is Valine's turn. She will chill touch again at the one that is super hurt to the right of Leif proper. 15 will hit. 8. She actually rolled pretty high on that. And with an 8, that will be enough that this one is also dead. That will be Valine's turn. Mace, you are up.
Yeah, I'll deal with the one next to me.
Alright. Definitely hits.
Done before.
Definitely hits. So that's 38 total?
28
28 total? 28 total. I did my
20.
math wrong. I don't know why I added an extra 10. Still definitely big hits. 28 total on the one next to you is exactly its HP.
Ah,
Good hit.
Nice, nice.
You hit it, and like with the second blow, it stands there swaying for half a second and then falls over dead.
yes.
Exact HP. Anything else?
I will move over to here. That's about it.
Okay. That puts it on their turn. So it's the 2 of them left. It will try and flank Leif if Echo Leif can't stop it. Or Leif himself, doesn't really matter. Same roll. Let's see. 21 will hit, so it cannot move. Put it back and do some damage from this one.
And do spores on the close guy.
Ah, cool, cool, cool. Okay, so that one gets this, still barely alive. And then spores is con save.
17.
It will fail the fuck out of that, so give me some spore damage.
There's the high roll.
Okay, okay. Still damage though. Alright, so they will both attack. One will attack Leif, one will attack Pluzak. 1, 2 on Leif will not hit. 1, 2 on Pluzak. 1 will hit. You will take 6 slashing damage. That is all they can do, and it is Leif's turn. He is going to take and heal 6 HP from Kara. So back up to here, and then he will swing with advantage on the one in between him and his Echo. Great sword will hit, of course. 13 will reload. Roll 16. That's this guy. Will be the dead. So he will turn and do another advantage roll on the one between you two, Pluzak and him. So 19 will still hit. 12 more on that one. And it is still alive, but hurt. And Kara. Still with?
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. Nope. Just cracking my neck. Didn't answer right away.
No, you're good. Just want to make sure.
Oh, good. I can move in with like kind of like scoot Valine, like sorry, step over.
Valine will like slowly shuffle over with you. Get out of your way.
And crack that one.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. It definitely hits.
That's a solid 23.
Yep.
And crack it again.
Yep.
For 21.
So with the second hit, you do enough that this second creature, or last creature, I should say, falls to the ground dead, and that will be the end of combat.
And slash R 3d6.
For
Liv, if he remains in the square, gets 14 HP back.
Yeah, he'll remain in the square. He was still bloodied. 14 back puts him at 57. So yeah, okay, very nice. Thank you.
Well, at least I don't have to wait outside anymore.
Yeah, at
So-
least we have a hole your size.
Kara will crawl in if she needs to and get to over here.
There's that for you guys.
Oh shit, those stairs look like I might actually be able to walk on them.
Maybe.
So once more, just to make sure we're on the same page, everything here is mostly art and broken, fallen off of its structures or just decrepit by age. But yes, you do see stairs along the back wall that are quite large and lead up to a second floor. Just to clarify, this is the low end and you go up this way.
Okay.
You guys all just going to proceed up, you think?
I mean, look around the room, see if there's anything of interest. Like maybe there are plaques describing the way the city was built. Maybe there's a
Yeah,
layout.
give me a investigation roll.
Woo, my worst subject.
And anyone who wants to join her as well.
Kara's looking at everything like, I can't read any of this.
Pluzak, you're kind of in the same boat. I think you speak Elvish, but you do realize that most of this stuff is too kind of deteriorated to really read, or at least you have trouble finding anything worthwhile. I think Leif at this
Yowzers.
point, his echo has to dissipate, but he will start to kind of approach the stairs. Valine is going to stick close to you, Pluzak.
Okay. To the stairs.
To the stairs, okay. Everybody just going to go up?
Yeah.
Kara was like, do you want me to guard down here, or you want me up there with you guys?
Better if you.
Don't know if architecture can hold me.
We'll burn that bridge on the.
So, next one, enjoy.
Oh, great.
So, you guys would be coming up the staircase. Before you do that, though, let me read. Suspended from the ceiling of a spacious 50-foot square antechamber is the glittering, frost-covered corpse of a 30-foot-long aberration shaped like a funnel, resembling an anemone. A tooth-filled maw at the wider end is surrounded by rubbery cilia, and around it dangle 4 limp, spindly appendages, each one ending in a clawed hand. At the opposite end of the body is a tail with a stinger. A frost-covered plaque is bolted to a pedestal nearby, and the entire display is framed by 4 stone pillars that are oddly frost-free. So, as you see, this room is filled with some gray squares and boxes and circles or whatever. The square is the pedestal, the circles are the pillars that it mentions, and of course the corpse is the thing that it mentions. So you guys would of course be coming up the stairs, so however you want to manage that, it's up to you guys.
You said it was 4 pedestals?
It is 4 pillars, and the pedestal is the
Pillars.
square that's on the north side of the room.
Okay.
Terra, one this way, one that way.
Yeah, I was gonna kind
I
of
would
wait
say
for
we're
everyone
gonna
else to pick a place.
Put you on like the edge there.
Yeah.
And then we will put Leafy Boy next to Mace, and I would say Valine is gonna come up as well. Pluzak, you coming up?
Yeah, I was writing notes.
Gotcha. All right. So how do you guys want to handle this one?
So have you surmised what kind of building this is?
Yeah,
Alcohol.
so it was a hexagonal building crowned with a glittering domed roof, and it had a double door that you guys kind of walked through.
Yeah, lots of art and statues on the ground that's broken.
Yeah.
So thinking museum.
Like an exhibit?
Yeah, Pluzak, I
Something.
think that you would be pretty spot on with that assessment.
So I'm thinking this is dead or captured and
Put on
From
stage.
down the stairs. Maybe it's on display.
yeah. So I would come up to the pedestal here and see if there's any inscriptions or anything.
There is indeed inscriptions. You yourself cannot read them, but Valine would also approach with you, being the researcher she is, and she would once again kind of draw Professor Scant out of her bag as she approaches, and she'd be like,
Hey, I know you want to test me like you did before, but it's more draconic, and honestly, I don't really. There's a lot. Can you just translate this for us?
and Professor Scant will just,
Well, fine.
let me see. And she'll kind of hold him closer to the pedestal here.
Let's see. Adult. Farim, do not touch. Dwellers of the Underdark, Farim are malevolent aberrations that are master spellcasters and highly resistant to magic. They use their telepathy to control the weak-minded. They strive to erase all other beings from existence, and are known to have caused the collapse of the Saruk, I've never heard of that, Saruk Empire in Istostefil. There's a lot here I need to research. They use their tail stingers to inject their eggs into alien hosts. Yes, the fuck?
Yeah, no thanks.
So, anything else besides the thing we never want to wake and or touch?
No, that's all it says on this.
Did it say it's dead?
It says don't touch it.
Okay.
So far, we've found that all of the written literature here seems to be very literal.
I'll look for traps.
I mean,
I just want to point that out.
God. What do you guys want to do? I would also point out there is another door to the south end of the room. You would all definitely see
Yeah.
pretty clearly.
I wanna look for traps.
Okay, so just give me like a perception or an investigation check. I think either or, depending on how your character would do it.
Oh my god.
So basically
I'm cooked.
you just glance around the room. You don't really see much of anything. If anything, realistically, as a researcher, this creature being suspended from the ceiling really just keeps drawing your eye again and again. So as much as you're trying to look around, your attention is kind of just elsewhere.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take out my journal and write about this adult Farim.
Yeah.
If people
absolutely.
move further
here,
up the stairs, Kara will poke her
seeing
head over the railing and
as-
look around.
Professor Scant is kind of, standing next to it. If he sees you taking notes, he would do his best to translate for you. So this is essentially exactly what it says. Just so you have like the spellings and shit.
Yeah, way off.
Anybody else? Movement? I guess Leif would start like walking up into the room and just, hey guys, there's another door. Do we want to open the door?
Basement. Or what door is it?
I mean, is Kara gonna hit this thing on the way through, or?
Kara would
I'm not gonna
definitely
go
have
up the
to
stairs.
struggle to kind of. She'd like basically have to military crawl underneath it if she didn't want to touch it. Because as
gonna
much
get
as
up to
this
the
is a large ceilinged room, it is a 30-foot big creature, like 30-foot long creature. So even if the tail was like up at the ceiling, it still kind of hangs down, good 20, 30 feet. So she's like, 20 feet tall, basically can touch it pretty easily.
I'm getting static electricity rubs from it if I walk under it.
Yeah, so you're kind of like on your knees, hands and knees, if you really don't want to, if you want to be careful to not touch it like it says.
If anything, I think the furthest I'd go is the top of the stairs and just be able to look
Cover.
around this way when I get there.
How do I have an oblong circle? But yeah.
I'm just gonna stay by the door to protect and prevent whatever happens here.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess Leif asks, do you want to open the other door?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's find its mate.
So Leif will
So
walk
it can
over,
inject its eggs.
and Leif is just gonna push the door open, and then kind of jump off to the side, just try and.
Johnny Bravo kicks it.
It will open the door, and I'm just trying to open, do the polygonal reveal. Give me one sec. Doop doop. It appears to show you a kind of octagonal room, right? And I think Leif would call out as he looks in, oh, hey, guys. You know that big dome outside? The pretty one? The golden one? I found it.
Yeah.
It's in here.
Well, we did go upstairs.
Yeah, and it's really pretty, and there's lots of stuff. And, hey, guys who know magic, come over here.
Okay.
I suppose that probably.
Kara will look to Mace. It's not like they can get past me if they try to come up the stairs, so you might as well go with them.
All right.
Valine comes as well. So Leif will kind of step into the room cautiously. I'll say Valine kind of trails behind. If you two want to follow, that's your choice. But essentially, as you walk into the room, you find that the museum's domed ceiling, which is still intact, is quite a sight to behold. It depicts what appears to be some sort of a mage standing on a balcony of what at this point you can tell pretty easily is the central spire of the Enclave. So you know the place that Arl broke into, where you're trying to go essentially. And around it are just a sea of people. You would kind of presume, it's the Netherese city you're in, so these are probably just Netherese citizens. And they stare up at this robed mage figure, clearly in some sort of form of celebration or cheering. At this point, I would just ask, can you guys do insight checks for me?
Okay.
I mean, can't get any worse
You sure?
for me. Okay.
Both of
Thanks,
you!
Rob.
That's nuts. That's amazing. Alright, so thankfully Valine has rolled high enough that as she watches you guys tap your chins, completely confused as to what you're looking at, she just kind of offers up as she's also holding Professor Scan in her hands, just kind of like,
So, you think that's, like, the guy who maybe led the city or something? Like, I don't know. He looks like a leader, right? Kind of everyone's, like, praising him or something.
I guess, but
I thought this was live. I thought that's oral.
Oh, no. I mean, look, it's like a guy in a robe. And also, notice those?
and she's gonna point, and each wall in the room you would notice actually has a large portrait that adorns it, kind of beneath the domed ceiling, and you would kind of see that beneath each is a plaque that seems to have some sort of writing. You would kind of guess it probably is written in a language that you would need Professor Scant to translate, but you can definitely tell that each of the plaques does have a language. Something written on it.
Like all the same language or different languages?
You can't quite tell because you don't speak the language. You would see the script and see that it looks very similar, but you're not 100% sure if it's all the same.
Okay.
Valine, I guess at this point, seeing as she has the highest insight, would probably turn Professor Scant towards the closest one, though, and he would once again read the script and just say basically, oh, it says he's a wizard of the Ebon Star? Ebon. It's, I would assume that the one up there is some sort of leader, and these were his, well, if they're mages, I guess apprentice probably fits the right term. This one here is High Abjurer Taroth. And,
You
let me
think he
see.
was the corpse in the tower we found?
I don't know what you mean, but maybe. Valine, if you could. And she's just going to slowly walk him, around the room to each of the individual plaques. And he would just read them off, one by one. High Conjurer Damorith. High Diviner Alpus. High Necromancer Cadavix. Maybe some notes there for you, Valine. High Evoker Zadalus, High Illusionist Alamar, High Enchanter Irvira, and High Transmuter Metaltra.
little note.
So here, just so you guys have it, if it's easier for you to copy paste or anything, here is what he's reading. Yes, okay, so I would presume from what's written here, yeah, they were some sort of masters of each sort of school of magic under the guide of whoever that up there was. Some sort of great mage leader of Ythryn, I would presume. As he kind of, not necessarily gestures since he can't do that, but is insinuating towards the roof of the dome, the central mage that is being, kind of cheered and addressed by the citizens.
Right.
Pluzak is going to go over to this one.
Yep.
And investigate it to see if he sees any traps on the portrait.
Yeah, so give me an investigation check.
Okay, slightly better.
Yeah, you definitely are looking at it and don't see anything that You know, you're like, no tripwires, there's no switches. Yeah, it seems pretty trap-free.
Okay. And I'm going to take a portrait off the wall.
Ah, okay. So, you would find as you try and grab the portrait off the wall, it seems almost impossible to remove, almost as if it was potentially magically attached, but nothing seems to happen to you.
Seems being the correct word.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely perfectly flush with the kind of stone facade, so...
Okay. What else do I want to do in here? Well, I don't think there's anything we need.
Okay. So, at this point, did I have Valine? I did. Yeah, okay. Valine is, I'm just going to quickly point out, specifically to you, Pluzak.
Hey, these plaques, they describe the 8 schools of magic, right?
Correct.
There's a whole bunch of towers, right? We weren't sure how many, but you think any chance there's one for each?
I do believe so. The skeleton we probably saw in the last tower was Taruth.
That's what I said.
Do we happen to remember how many steps there are to the thing we're supposed to do?
We were
No.
not given a number of steps.
Okay. I'm just starting to get a big sense that maybe this guy.
8 towers, 8 steps.
Well, I'm thinking big guy. I'm thinking big guy on the roof of the dome. You can't see him, but he's got like fancy robes and is getting praised. I think he's like main mage in the main tower. And then these 8 other fuckers here were like the 8 other apprentices of his, and he gave them the keys to his main big fucking tower. That makes sense? Am I going crazy?
That
Yes and
is
yes.
Oh, well fuck you
what
too,
I would
bitch.
think.
Humor. Working on
That's-
it.
That's what I would think. I think that I think the Flaming Skull is the Archmage in the center tower still alive.
Oh yeah, I mean absolutely. Judging by what we had heard, we got to be careful if we do get in there, for sure, for sure.
Do we have a name for this main guy? Or is it just give the 8 apprentices? Or the 8 schools of magic?
He doesn't have a plaque like the others, so no, I sadly don't. Professor Scant?
No, I don't see a name either. I mean, I'm in your hand, so unless you approach something. But regardless, no plaque on that one. Just, big mural.
Okay. We'll call the head guy Farum.
Farum?
Baron.
Farum.
Alright. I don't know where that's from, but go for it.
Cool.
Cool. Cool. I like you. You're a researcher
Maybe
like me,
this is
aren't you?
just the kind of
I can
place
see
we have to come back.
the spark in your eye. You wish to know what's happening here. Help me figure it out.
Well, I thought maybe something was behind the portrait. Nothing there. You know.
I believe this holds the secret to the entire city. We will find it.
Okay. I write all the titles and names into my journal.
Okay, absolutely. Yeah. So besides that, though, is there anything anyone else wants to do here, either in this room
Not
or the other?
die.
Not for now, I
Pluzak,
think.
you don't want to go
We might be
dissect the
missing
big
some
beast?
parts.
Ask Kara to
I
climb
do.
up the stairs and be like, Sunblade this thing open, I want to see its guts.
I do. I mean, I do like just a quick sketch of it in my research book
Okay.
with the description that I got from Scant.
Absolutely. Okay.
Really want to touch the tail.
So
but
Kara did want to
not
do a
doing it.
short rest. I'm going to basically say, if you guys are done here, I'm going to put you back on big map. But let's just
Would you
figure
want a short
out
rest
some
for Sierra?
concepts on where you want to go next, and maybe do a short rest now if you guys wanted to, and then probably call it there for tonight.
Okay. Short rest seems like a good idea. I think we go ahead a bit throughout.
I mean, I'd say the next place to go would be the Tower Orange.
I agree.
You want to go straight across?
Yeah. Call me crazy, but I think the draw of the funky looking building is just that it's a funky looking building.
The shoe?
Kind of agree.
Mm-hmm.
I would tell
mean-
you that is still intact enough that you would believe, even if it is a funky looking building, it's more possible to search than some of the others. Whether or not it contains something you don't know, of course, but it is far more. It's together enough to be of note, right? So having it marked as shoe is probably smart.
If we still want to check it, let's check it, but I say we should go to the Orange Tower first and see if our theory of these towers are important is more important.
Yeah,
This-
but we take the short rest first, or no?
Yeah, I think Leif would say, hey, we kind of made sure this place is clear, right? And Kara can fit in here in the first floor, so can we just, take an hour?
Okay.
Yep.
So we take the short rest, then later we go to the Orange Tower.
Yeah,
And then
I
we
would say
figure it out from
orange,
there.
shoe, footstool, purple tower.
Okay, alright.
Because we have to go to 8 towers, right? So we have blue, orange, purple. It's 3. Red is 4.
I
Then we
think
have
Tower
yellow on the other
Set.
side.
You think Tower
5.
Set might be one?
It's got to be, right? So that would be 6, and then this other tower over here would be 7. But where's tower 8?
Did we count yellow?
Yes. So this would be 1, 2,
Maybe
3,
the
4,
Broken Tower?
6, 7.
I see
This
a Broken Tower here, yeah.
Hmm.
That might be 8.
Yeah, so keep in mind that this top-down view of the map, as much as you guys as players are available to see it, your characters might not see those things until you're closer as well, right? So to truly determine whether like the one that's laying down is something maybe worth searching, I would say the characters might
You need to
s-
get there first.
well
Yeah.
closer. I'm not gonna if you're at the factory and you're next to it, I'll be like, hey, that looks like something you might I'm just not gonna give it to you where the whole fucking center spire is blocking your line of sight. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, it's fine. Like us going
I mean, there's one up here too.
counterclockwise seems okay enough for now, so long as we like go, I think mostly to the towers and then to the stuff between them if it's like directly on the way, you know?
So, question for you guys.
Mhm.
When you take the short rest, are you guys going to leave the building at all before the short rest, or are you just chilling in there? So you entered the building, you did your search. Do you come back out to check the area at all, or are you just stay in there for the short rest?
The
I would
museum?
look outside to
Of-
see
in
if
the
we
museum,
see
yeah.
the.
In
if
the
we see
interest
rock.
of
Okay.
maintaining
Bluzak.
in the
So-
interest of maintaining the fact that I'm a fucking huge ass target, I personally would not go out of the building because I actually have cover.
So Pluzak,
Right.
when you take a peek, you would indeed see the shadow of the rock as it is kind of flying around your area here. Give me a stealth check, please.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've only rolled like 3 1s and a 2 and stuff.
You can do it as
so...
at advantage, by the way, because you're peeking out from a building. If that gives you, I don't think it gives you. You don't have disadvantage normally, right? So just do it at advantage, yeah.
Yeah, that helped.
Well, it at least gets rid of a. Oh, did it? Wait, hold on. You not failed.
Did you roll
twice?
double that
Down.
once?
What did you
No.
roll? That came across funny.
That was me rolling advantage on.
Stealth. Okay,
D&D
14.
Beyond.
Yeah, it's just
That's
it came
funny.
across as a red number, so kind of
Yeah.
confusing.
Because I rolled a 0, which doesn't make sense.
Okay, and
I don't know how you roll a 0 with a +0.
well, so even with that, it's not going to seem to notice you. You don't see it turn its head or anything towards you as you duck back into the building. But at that point, it would be in your area at first. During the start of your short rest. At the end of your long rest, you wouldn't quite know. So we'll do that for next time. Um,
I'm going to roll hit die.
Are we rolling
yes,
hit
you
dice?
can
that it's-
complete
Yes.
the
Okay.
short rest at this point. I just wanted you to know that while you guys were in the Taj Mahal, this thing had moved into your space. By the time that your short rest ends, it could potentially be moved. You'll have to figure it out. So what do you guys think of Ythryn so far? Because I feel like you've just kept discovering more and more weird shit. I feel, like Tomb Tapper
like it.
fight,
It's cool.
you had the museum.
The question I forgot to ask while we were inside, while everyone was looking at the paintings, was are any of the paintings like color coded? But
You wouldn't have noticed anything that seemed to stick out to you at a minimum.
well, I couldn't have because I wouldn't have been able to see it anyway.
You
but
were inside the first floor. The first floor was where the paintings were, so you would have been able to. But regardless, yeah, there was definitely nothing that would have stood out to you in terms of that. Most of them were destroyed and faded anyway.
but
So
we have almost 8 towers. There are 8 people. The towers each have a color. The first tower had a pattern things. We got to visit all the towers because I think they're the steps of what we need to enter the building.
it's very possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, if you want to study or search other things along the way, you guys have definitely still found stuff. Keep in mind, you had the trophy from the arena. You have that potion still from Mace finding in the tower.
Yeah.
So the potential of finding other things. I mean, even the fact that you studied this museum kind of gave you the concept of the 8 towers is probably as important as they seem, right? So I would just point out that almost everything you guys have visited has been beneficial as well. So your concept here of your Tower Orange shoe, Bigfoot stool, whatever, not a bad idea, just by the nature of you are still finding stuff. So
Yeah.
I
As long as
would
we do
definitely
it
point
within a
out,
timely
though,
manner, it should be fine.
right, that was about to say. The only thing is time is passing. So in the Taj Mahal, I'm going to point out, by the time you leave it, sorry, by the time Pluzak peaked, like I should have said, another hour had technically passed. So you guys would have been at about 9 a.m. when you finished searching the museum, and then after the short rest, you will be about 10 a.m. On the same day of which you started searching, Ythryn. So just so you know, time is passing, just to keep an eye on it. But for the most part, yeah, you guys are hopefully enjoying searching through this lost Netherese city.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I think there's a lot of potential for fun.
You guys are also destroying the fuck out of it, but that's another
Look,
story.
Oh,
I've only broken into 2 buildings so far.
So far.
And I wouldn't have broken into this one until I heard the soup is bad call out.
Yeah.
It was kind of worth it, though. I feel like everyone's seeing that thing on the second floor. It's kind of cool, Like, again, I really love the fact that this city's just kind of filled with strange architecture and weird creatures. Like, what the fuck is that thing?
I'm honestly very happy people took my my hey guys, everything so far has been literal. Don't
Don't
touch it.
touch it. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
and I will tell you, you guys are kind of planning on leaving the Taj Mahal. It is a classic. The warnings are there for a reason. So something very well could have happened.
Yeah, we could have gotten alien pregnant.
You could have gotten alien pregnant, and I would tell you that's a fairly decent assessment. It's very possible. Meanwhile, Leif with his slug is just like, should I be worried?
Am I an alien grandfather?
Fucking just like Pluzak actually touches it and it's like, oh god, I'm gonna die in a year.
Yeah.
Oh,
Another curse on Pluzak. Like he hasn't had enough of those throughout the campaign.
Nope.
I do think it's funny you're consistently the one that kind of catches those. You had the hunger one. You had the one from the
well, he's the
items
most
that Leif
curious,
gave
that's
you.
why.
Yeah, because Leif passed it off to me.
Leif passed it on to you. Yeah. Oh god. But yeah. All right. So Tower Orange, shoe, big footstool, Tower Purple. I'll have all that stuff prepped by next time. I'll get some more random encounters rolled. We'll see what you guys come across. And
And just
See what
because
happens.
it's out in the middle of fucking nowhere, we should probably go to Tower Sad.
yeah, I mean, you got plenty of time to figure all that out, right? So. But yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And we will see what you uncover next time.